And that is right, people. I am, of course, the man himself. I am a picture. I always struggle. Excellence himself. Rick. Oh God. What? No, that one. It was meant to be that picture. Excellence himself, Ricky Goldman. This, of course, is the Raining Rock podcast. So, first of all, grab yourself a drink and plenty to get through here. 2 weeks of wrestling to talk about, other stuff to talk about. But first things first, I apologise for missing last week. Not my fault, but let's bring in the man who's also going to make his apologies for missing it. I get there was an emergency.
Apologies from last week, people. Apologies for last week. I had an emergency that had to be attended. I'm not going to go into it, so that's my own business.
That's fine. It's just the fact that it happened that annoys me. But whatever. Let's just move on from that. So, yes, it's the man himself, you know, every single week. But I come with a third co-host. Hopefully, we're starting a new partnership here. And, well, I'll get into that as I bring him in. But he is referee, ring announcer, the man himself. He is the Salah star himself. He is Bob.
Hello.
How's it going, Bobby? Bobby,
yeah, good.
Hello, and how are you?
Yeah, good. You?
I'm good.
So, I'm all right. So, just take So, if you want to take a couple of minutes, Bobby, to tell everybody about yourself, you do. You know, you referee, you say as much as you like or as least as you like. Also, how long have you been watching wrestling, and who's your all-time current favourite?
Yeah. So, first of all, I just want to say thank you very much for having me on. Pleasure. So, my name is Bobby Salazar, but my stage name is the Salah Star. I started watching wrestling back in towards the start of 2009. This was going up to WrestleMania 25. At this point, I was a massive fan of Power Rangers, right? As you do, flicking through the channels on the TV, you like as a kid, right? I stumbled across some match graphics that they were doing for the upcoming WrestleMania 25. And seeing The Undertaker, Shawn Michaels. Now, I don't know whether or not you guys are familiar with the original Power Rangers villain of Rita Repulsa, right? But
yes.
As a kid, I was adamant that The Undertaker was the male equivalent to Rita Repulsa, right? Yeah, for years, I genuinely thought that they were the same person. Yeah, so, and then podcasting wise, started up the Nerdic Pro podcast. Well, I did a podcast just before I left high school back in. Sorry, yeah.
So, to quickly put you over here and show that podcast. So, this is your Facebook page, and
yep.
So if people want to look out for it, this is a picture that you'll be looking out for on Facebook and on YouTube. I'll put up the YouTube link in a second. So that's
the
picture you'll be looking out for. Go and follow him, like all of that on Facebook. Follow him. Go and check out all his videos, his ring announcing videos, his referee videos, and of course YouTube as well. So head over, follow, like, subscribe. And I wanted to say when I brought you in, this has been I wanted to do so much with this podcast. Unfortunately, very little has happened so far. But one of those things is working with other podcasts, other YouTubers. So this is fantastic. You know, this we're starting a new partnership here. So yeah, this is great.
Yeah, you know.
So you Undertaker is your current favourite then? Is it your tribal chief?
Currently, currently, people who currently wrestle, I'm a bit of a mark when it comes to pro wrestling Noah, and like when it comes to like Japan. So I'd probably say either Kaito Kiyomiya or Keno, two former multi-time GHC champions over in Pro Wrestling Noah. If I were to pick someone from WWE, I'd probably go for someone like AJ Styles, because I've been following AJ since before he actually joined WWE.
Fair enough.
You know,
Fair enough.
and yeah, so, but yeah,
Doing a tour. Sorry.
but yeah.
Speaking of Noah, they're doing a tour. So two things. First of all, Noah is doing a tour with Pro in September, so I don't know how far progress is away, how far London or Manchester is far for you. I don't know. I'll be going to the Manchester ones. That's as close as an hour. And Undertaker's your favourite. You should have really gone to the First Love of Wrestling, because he was there. 150 quid for a photo, but well worth it.
Yeah. Speaking of For the Love of Wrestling, there is an episode of the Nerdic Pro podcast on Spotify with James from the For the Love of Wrestling live shows. If anybody listening to this wants to go check that out, just plugging that one out there. Yeah. So
we interviewed him as well. Interviewed James.
Quick question. Regards to
Jesus Christ, Ian, sort your internet out.
So for them.
I'm aging here as you speak. Come on, Ian, quickly.
Does LJ Cleary still wrestle for Pro Wrestling Noah?
LJ Cleary, he does, yes, yeah.
That's Lyra Valkyria's boyfriend.
Is he?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay. So very quickly, Bobby, tell you people about your refereeing and your ring announcing.
Yeah, so I started up the refereeing and ring announcing through the Nerdic Pro. So this was just as I started up the Nerdic Pro podcast, going on 3 years ago now. I had met at a show a fellow by the name of the Lion Aaron Sharp and his partner, Mr. Bruce. They promote a promotion based out of Skegness in Lincolnshire, known as Lion Wrestling Promotions. Sort of kept in contact with them for a while. Had them on the Nerdic Pro podcast at the start of September in 2022. And then I was, funnily enough, sat at work, and I randomly had a phone call off of Aaron, and I'm like, all right. So I answered it, and he had asked me to come and do some pre-match and post-match interviews at an upcoming show they had in Boston, in Lincolnshire. So I was like, yeah, fine. And then fast track to a couple of days later, again, sat at work. Aaron then rings me again because he had a match coming up against a fellow by the name of The Real Deal, Steve Sykes. And these two have been feuding for the best part of 18 years. And this was going to be like their culmination match. And Aaron had asked me to come and referee that match. And I'm like, yeah, definitely. And to be perfectly honest with you, I was literally... Anxiety had literally gone through the roof, right? And yeah, so... went to go do the match in Boston, loved it, went back to LWP 2 months later in December to referee again at a venue known as the Sun Castle in Skegness, refereed a fella called Marco Marinelli against the Alpha Athlete CW Davis. And since then, I've worked with for promotions such as Big Top Wrestling, Classic UK Pro Wrestling, New British Promotions, Old School Wrestling UK. I've recently joined the roster for Kingdom Wrestling. I've got to work with the likes of Roy Knight, who's Paige's older brother. I've worked with Harley Hudson, who won the last year's TNA Gut Check Battle Royal tournament, whatever it was that they had going on in Coventry last year. Yeah. I've also refereed.
She's only like 9.
Sorry?
She's only 19 or 20, isn't she? She's doing very well for herself. And Leon, actually, she's only like 20, isn't she? She's doing very well for herself. And Leon Slater as well. Have you heard of Leon Slater?
I have, yes.
Him as well. He's 19 and super talented.
Yeah. He's
so of course you
recently moved up.
Finishing up here. So finishing up here on with the actual podcast. So quickly, a minute or two. You're wearing your referee shirt. So yeah, cool. So that must be cool to. It must be cool to. I know a good referee. A good referee should be invisible, if that makes sense. Like you shouldn't notice them there. Like the rest. You notice them. They're a third person in the ring, but you don't notice them till you have to do. If that makes sense. Does it make sense? Yeah, they shouldn't be in the way. Like Aubrey, her out of AEW should not be putting herself over. The referee should be invisible.
Aubrey Edwards,
Are you
getting involved at all? Referee? Should be invisible.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you a fair or crooked referee?
Am I a crooked referee? Very much so. So
You haven't done like an Earl Hebner or anything like that.
I was at this show this past Saturday in Rye Hill in Wakefield, and there was a spot that's now probably going to be known as the Wakefield Screwjob, and so stay tuned for that on the British Wrestling Federation Facebook page, and so I've been told that it's now going to go down in history as the Wakefield Screwjob. As some people believe that I screwed Tommy Rocker out of the British Wrestling Federation Championship, but my words and answers will come to that very, very soon.
Very quickly, so I saw in the video missed ripped the microphone off, and there was another wrestler, and he had a belt, and I thought, ooh. It's not a belt that I'd want to win, and that's all I'm saying. Having a belt should be something you want. It looks like you want to win it, unlike something like the 24/7 title. Nobody wanted that.
Yeah,
nobody wanted it. Everybody watching, like, subscribe. I'm one subscriber away from 360. But let's kick off with this. So is it new? Is it still? Is it new? Is it still? Prediction of the champion, and it is. That is right. Acknowledge me, because I won the title over King of the Ring, Double or Nothing weekend. And of course, can I hold on to it this weekend and then next weekend? And now Bobby's here. That's two people challenging me for it.
Bring it on.
You won't be having it for very long, pal. So.
None of you girls are going to get it. It's going to come back to me.
Because can I remind you, right, as a referee, right, I am, as a matter of fact, I'm a former classic UK pro wrestling 24/7 champion.
Two people challenging my title for me. Anyways, we'll get to predictions. We'll get to predictions later, though. So let's get to the first segment here. Let me put up the thing. What's cooking at the table? So this is a 2-minute quick chat of what we've been up to. I've been up to a lot, so I'll say myself to last. So Ian, quick. I know you've been to a zoo. What else have you been up to?
I was back in Bray, climbing up Brayhead Mountain, and I'm getting ready for a few holidays coming up. And I'm also training for my orange belt.
I think Ian's still using dial-up. His internet's
still
dial-up.
I hope I'm not anyway.
I heard that.
I'm only vaguely hearing Ian. So,
Bobby, what have you been up? I know,
so
awful. He said he's awful internet. he said he's going for his orange belt because he does karate and he's been to a zoo. I'll translate for you. So, just 2 minutes. What have you been up to? Anything interesting? Ian, right. There we go.
Other than work and
this past Saturday.
So, other than working and this past Saturday refereeing in Rye Hill in Wakefield for the British Wrestling Federation. Last Monday, bank holiday, I was refereeing for Big Top Wrestling Promotions in Sheringham here in Norfolk. Refereed the Wonder Kid, Johnny Storm there, and what have you. But other than that, it's same shit, different day. You know what I mean? And yeah. So, Ian's gone.
Fair enough. And Ian's thrown out like the Royal Rumble. You're out. I think it's the internet issues so quickly. Hopefully he comes back. If he doesn't, he doesn't. It's just me and you. So I've been to the gym trying to get big like The Rock. I bloody wish.
Nice.
Where do we start? Ugh. Okay, I bought some new trainers. So I've got some. Oh, there he is. Right, come back in then, Ian. Jesus Christ,
Sorry, I was trying to turn off the camera.
He's like a mankind. He's going to enter it again. For Mick Foley. There we go. He's entering it again. So if you missed that, Ian, I said, of course, I've been to the gym as I do for a week, trying to get big like The Rock. I've got some new trainers, so about time. T-shirt 331. This is my 331st T-shirt. Bad news, Barrett.
That is dedication.
I'm very dedicated. I've got the same tattoos as The Rock. Speaking of The Rock, the final boss. I got that logo, and of course, I couldn't not have your tribal chief logo. And I go to a craft thing every week called Crafternoons every Thursday, and everything I make is wrestling. What a shocker. But so I'll just quickly show you what I've made. So I made that. It's like a pop-up picture. Another pop-up picture. Give me it. I'll put it there. Jesus. Because The Rock, this is news, but I'll quickly say it now. Because The Rock's the following man in the world on TikTok, I made a couple of posters for that. Don't know if you can see it. I do this for me, so if you can't read it, I do it for me. So, and somewhere else. There we are. And I do match cards, just like type up the header and then just write the match card out. So I did that well. So a hell of a lot I've been up to. Of course, is where are we? In these every single time. That's So movie talk. So again, just a 2-minute chat. What movie we've seen in the last couple of weeks. So we'll start with you, Bobby. Any movies you've seen at the cinema, on Netflix, or anywhere?
I've mainly been watching programs, mainly. I think one of them was Z Nation or something on Netflix, which is basically these Americans trying to survive the zombie apocalypse, like 8 years into it. And and what have you. But other than that, I've been watching a fair bit of Family Guy, a fair bit of South Park, that sort of crap. But so
did you got Baby Ray on Netflix?
Sorry?
Did you watch Baby Reindeer on Netflix?
I've not actually. No.
Can you hear me?
Not probably.
Good series. But I watched it. I watched all 7 episodes, one after another. It is good. It's a good watch. It's crazy, but it's good. Ian, I know you watched Straight From. Is that with what's he called? It doesn't move to the Rock. Kevin.
Will Ferrell is in that one. Fuck movie. I've seen it before. You want to see Furiosa?
Earth to Ian. Earth is one of the last movies. What?
Turn off the camera. This makes it better.
Let's just move on.
I've seen script. Yeah, I've seen. I've seen. I'm not watching any films, new films at the moment. Currently, I'm not watching any new films at the moment.
Right. So I don't really. So Bobby, I really don't go to the cinema at all. Ian.
I don't think I've been.
So I don't go to the cinema at all.
Since COVID.
I went once. Ian, right on. Ian, right, moved on.
Anyway, as far as programs go,
So
no, I'm here. I just turned off the camera.
Oh God! Right.
As far as programs go,
movies.
at the moment it's the Young Affair.
Right, movies. You watch Strays. That's it. I muted. You can't talk. So here we go. So, I went to the cinema once last year to watch Fast 10. And that's because I was seeing The Rock and Cena in it. If they weren't in it, I probably wouldn't have gone. So I very rarely go to the cinema. I mainly watch films at home, Netflix or Fire Stick. So 6 films. Well, Ian, you. So on Netflix, good film, Atlas. With me, we said that all about you. I know, right? So on Netflix, good film, Atlas, Furiosa, the Mad Max saga, starring Nathan Jones, wrestler. Might have been a bit before your time, Bobby. Remember, he was around in Mania 19, so way before your time, probably.
Yeah.
What else have I watched?
Is Atlas the new?
You. Unfrosted, also on Netflix. That's a good film. Sting, Unfrosted on Netflix. It's got Melissa McCarthy in it and Hugh Grant. Is it Hugh Grant? Good film. Sting, about a big spider. A little bit far-fetched. Again, I know movies are just like wrestling, the suspension of disbelief, but it's a decent horror. Brian and Charles, that's also on Netflix. It's got him out of the Ricky Gervais. You're talking about series, Derek, and what else was he in? Ricky Gervais. He was in Derek and Afterlife.
Oh, right, yeah.
Ghost Dentist.
And and the movie I watched on Monday was If, with Ryan Reynolds in. It's about imaginary friends that Ian, I think, has many of. Only kidding.
Quick question. Is Atlas something with Jennifer Lopez? Quick question. Is Atlas something with Jennifer Lopez? Is Atlas something with Jennifer Lopez?
Is that the one with Jennifer Lopez?
Yes, good film. Watch it on Netflix, free. Well, not free.
Actually, interesting
fact. Good film.
Actually, interesting fact about that film. Interesting fact: the guy that directed Atlas directed San Andreas and Rampage.
Does it involve The Rock? Does it involve this doesn't involve?
Yes, San Andreas.
I was just going to say, does it involve The Rock? But it does. So okay, I'm interested. Okay, I'm interested then. Right. Wonderful. Right, so the next segment here is the quick, what is this? 2-minute chat about what shows. Wrestling days out with Ricky Goldman, so I went to BTW Judgement May on the 24th of May, picked up yet another t-shirt. I'm not sure if you've heard of this wrestler, Bobby, but Maverick Matt. Have you heard of Maverick Matt?
Maverick Matt Mayhew, or no, Maverick Matt Williams is his name, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, he owns BTW, so picked up a t-shirt. I'm back at BTW this Saturday, BTW Battleground. Speaking of BTW, just how awesome is this? They're doing and this is a 3-year company. They're doing a 2-night show. Incredible.
Nice.
After 3 nights, they're just going, and they're just getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And AEW, which we'll get onto shortly here, are getting worse and worse and worse. But BTW,
I agree.
Fantastic. Two nights, and the first night is live on YouTube for free. So they're giving you a free show. Hey,
British wrestling nowadays, isn't it?
If you get your show, and then the rest of the night after, 2-night show. Just wow, after 3 years. And then I went to TV beginning of this month and picked up it was like a stall called Real Wrestling, and they were doing like mystery bags, and I got it in a Keem's playing way before me. He don't know who Keem is, but maybe you know, I don't know. A WWE sweatband. It's of course an African Dream. Batista badges and a sticker. I'm not sure what the sticker says, but yes, I got a sticker, so there you go. And speaking of shows, so I'll promote your show. So like I said, a lot to cover. Somewhere in my picture. So this, when is it? The 14th of June.
Yep.
It shows.
So Friday,
this
show was originally meant to take place on the Sunday before Bank Holiday. So 2 weeks ago, this coming Sunday, it was originally meant to take place at the Pelham Suite in Grimsby, but unfortunately it had to be pushed back to obviously the 14th of June in Cleethorpes, Cleethorpes Pearl, formerly known as the Beachcomber. It's a holiday park there. Announced on that show, Ramus Kane will be taking on Jack Bennett. We'll also be seeing the Landlord Mikey Andrews versus Bo Carter from the Denton tag team. We'll be seeing the Bradford Bruiser Joel Cobra taking on Caleb Carter from the Denton. We'll be seeing, we'll also be seeing the King of Anarchy Dutch facing off against the Barnsley Wrestling Champion, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, a very long-time foe of mine. If Mr. Lee loses by pinfall, then he must immediately relinquish the Barnsley Wrestling Championship straight away if Dutch wins via pinfall. We'll also be seeing the OSW heavyweight title on the line with Kemper defending against the Egyptian giant killer Young Horace. And I think
I've vaguely heard of Young. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think I've vaguely name, but never seen him.
Yeah, he's the Firestar Championship Wrestling heavyweight division champion. So, yeah.
On the poster with I think they're a BTW round number 1. I think they're a BTW battle round. Possibly. I think they had a match. But for those right, quiet for a second. Right. All about you. It's all about me. Acknowledge me. Anyway, it's all about me. But anyway, so for those in the Cleethorpes area, get £10. So those fans of extreme wrestling, I'm not really. Extreme wrestling in certain places. I don't mind extreme wrestling, but like we'll get onto later. He's at AEW and it's all the time. Yeah. So I don't
and
mind.
Then you got John Moxley looking like
time and place.
Yeah, and then you'll have like
so
John Moxley that look
August,
like maybe 24/7.
That's August 10. CXW. So where's that? That's a Braintree Institute. Where's that?
So Braintree is in Essex, literally just outside of like not too far out of London. So yeah, Championship Extreme Wrestling,
and
very, very
also
good
the third.
So Lion Wrestling Promotions, LWP. That's where I started off.
I can't read those dates without getting super up close, but hopefully whoever's watching now or later on, enlarge it and you can look at all those dates. You've got not any in this month. Okay, so next month, August, October, November. So where's LWP based?
So LWP are based in and around the Skegness area. So they run shows like Skegness, Chapel St Leonard's, Ingham Mills, Cleethorpes, like that sort of general area. Yeah, so mainly in like the eastern Lincolnshire sort of area. And yeah, so there's a Chapel St Leonard's show that I'm gonna be at. Can't remember the specific date, but I think it's the 13th of August. I'll be at that one. First time I'd have been at an LWP show in just over a year now, and yeah, so but yeah, that would be fun. Like, I still keep in contact with most people at LWP. It's where I first started refereeing, so yeah, you know.
So, like I said, I would probably come to a OSW show, but when I found for a Facebook page, I couldn't find one. So, do they have a Facebook page?
Yeah, so it's Old School Wrestling UK. The profile pic for it should be this poster.
That poster, okay. I'll very, very, very quickly look now. Really quick. Old School Wrestling UK.
Yeah, and then the profile pic should be that poster.
No, you'll have to send me the link later on.
Yeah, yeah. I'll send you it just after we've finished up with this. Right.
So I'll play ad number 1. So I'll play ad number 1. You'll get to see my work, and then we'll get some wrestling talks. Let me find it again. I always struggle. God, Jesus, where is it? So many videos. There it is.
Nice.
So it is right. Pro Wrestling Tees Gulman's, again, as I always say, if you cannot purchase a t-shirt, get it shared, get the word out there. All my socials on screen right now. And me, follow me, do all of that. And segment number 3 here. So kind of coming out to our mid-card segment here is somewhere here. Where is it? I need to get
You didn't ask me to help you, that's why.
Okay, right then. Sorry, right, fair enough. So, Wrestling Roundup, 2 weeks to cover. We'll speed through the first week. So that when we get to Cody's promo, Ian, this is not turned into a half-an-hour love fest of how wonderful he is. Speed. Quickly get through it. This is not, how he's bigger than The Rock, and everybody wants to be Cody, and everybody's in WWE because of Cody. No, we'll quickly get through his promo, very quickly. So, Jesus. So I think it was... Bloody hell. This is 2 weeks ago, I can't even remember.
Dynamite would have been, not, obviously fucking Dynamite, Double or Nothing would have been.
No, we always start with Speed first.
Right.
Wednesday,
I know nothing about Speed, so you know.
You definitely should watch it. It's only for 3 minutes, and you're on
Yeah.
X or Twitter as it was called. Definitely watch
Ricochet
it. It's only for 3 minutes. Jesus, God. So I've got this week's SmackDown. Okay, then we'll go straight to Dynamite, everybody's favourite show. Not at all. So this is Dynamite.
If you want my honest opinion, if you want my honest opinion, I think that this year AEW, AEW programming has gone downhill like a shit show. Do you know what I mean? I genuinely do think that AEW has gone downhill. Do you know what I mean?
The rating,
so
122.
I don't watch it. It's great. I think AEW is the best, even though it really isn't. Very quickly, they just thrown together, making no sense. 0 build, too reliant on hardcore wrestling, and I will never stand in the way of indie wrestlers making their way in go and have a paycheck. Off you go. But for instance, wrestler A called a random name here for you, Smith. That's a run here. Takes on Claudio Castagnoli. Why would you think that Bob Smith, you've never seen before, is beating Claudio? Isn't going to do it, and Bob Smith hasn't had any wins, so it means nothing. Anyway,
I totally agree.
Do not watch Dynamite page. I don't watch the weekly shows. So it's purely based off results. So let's quickly zoom through Dynamite from 2 weeks ago. So Trent Barretta, Roderick Strong knocked off Orange Cassidy and Will Ospreay. What are your thoughts on this, both of you, very quickly?
I haven't actually seen that episode of Dynamite, so I can't comment. So I've seen last week's Dynamite,
Ian,
not the week before.
Ian,
kept Will Ospreay strong not to take a pin before Double or Nothing. So
I didn't hear a word of that. I didn't hear a word of that. Right, didn't hear a word of that. Again, awful internet. Let's just move on to the next match, which was Hook and Shia Butter knocking off Brian Keith in a triple threat match. Again, Ian, very quickly, your thoughts if we can do this.
That's if he's still there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
It's almost Christmas. Ian, it's almost Christmas. It's nearly Christmas in 9 months.
I think it should have been
I'm still going to be here. when it's Christmas.
I think they could have kept it to be either a
Oh God, I didn't even point that in either.
Going back out and going back in.
Nothing. Didn't hear a word. Yeah, good idea. So Matt Sydal took the loss to Takashita. Okay. Swerve Strickland. Oh God. Your champion, Swerve Strickland. Okay, this I suppose made sense going into the pay-per-view. He defeated Nick Wayne, but
one thing that I would like to point out, after Double or Nothing, like a week after Double or Nothing, Swerve had wrestled Double or Nothing on Dynamite and on Collision. So that's 3 times in the space of a week. And yet people were moaning about Cody Rhodes, saying that, like, without trying to blow smoke up Cody's ass, right? Cody had been wrestling on live shows as well as on TV. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah.
Ian doesn't want to hear any negativity against Cody at all.
Well, I've only just missed it. I can hear opinion. I can hear opinion. I can take opinion. I'm always welcome to people's opinion. I know everyone likes Cody.
No. Your opinion is he's going to be bigger than The Rock one day. He never is going to be, never going to be bigger than The Rock. Ever.
You can't predict the future.
Take away The Rock's businesses and his movies, he's on the board. Take away The Rock's businesses, he's on the board. He's always going to be bigger than Cody. He's always going to be bigger than the entire roster, including Reigns. But back to what Bobby was saying. This is what Jim Cornette says: if they never go away, how can you miss them? So a part-time champion isn't necessarily a bad thing. Exploring quickly. Cody.
Well, look, at this day and age,
people are bored him already. They were empty seats.
Not everyone is.
SmackDown. They are bored. I'm not even not listening to you, Bob. Listen,
if you're going to give your opinion, I'm going to give my opinion.
So there weren't empty seats on SmackDown. Were they empty? Yes or no? Okay. Doesn't matter why. Yes or no. Was there empty seats on SmackDown?
Yes, but it wasn't. But that's not just because of who's wrestling on the show. Yeah, hang on.
That's it.
Yes.
People are bored. People are bored. People are bored of him.
I don't. Now, hang on. If everyone was bored of Cody, why was he recently announced as the top merch seller in the company? Why was he announced as the recent top seller for the merch? There are other factors as well behind the lack of attendance. Like, we've come off WrestleMania season.
So another excuse here to pack another excuse. So
I'm not making excuses.
So he's outsold Cena. Well, if he wasn't outselling somebody that was. So right, 2 things. This to turn into a Cody Rhodes love fest. Jesus Christ, you're a mark. How much Cody much do you own? None.
Does that really matter? How much
you missing SmackDown when you go on holiday? I don't care.
Not missing Clash the Castle.
I don't care if he's right. I don't care if he's outselling the Bible. I don't care if he's popular to the. He's not your world, but if he's popular to the entire world. To you, how many VTW do you personally own? 0.
I don't know.
You are missing SmackDown when you go on holiday. Either. How is Cody a draw to you? When I went on holiday,
still be there.
When I went on holiday, I didn't miss wrestling. I still continue to watch it.
Because I'm going to a festival. I'm not going to a hotel.
My wrestling doesn't stop.
I'm going to a festival.
Watch wrestling when I was on holiday.
I'm going to a festival as well, so I don't really bring any laptops.
People getting bored of him, and if he. I'm not even listening. I'm just going to talk over you.
Yeah, I know that. Hang on. Hang on.
If he wasn't selling out Cena, somebody that's not even there is doing a damn poor job. So this thing of he's selling out Cena, Cena's not even there. So.
Well, it's still even if he is there, he's still when Cena's
it's to the level of the.
It's still happening. Well, hang on a second. There are there could be other key factors as well as why the stadium isn't selling out. I mean, people don't want to actually pay certain prices for tickets. And plus, since after WrestleMania season, we have been missing a few key elements in WWE, not just Roman Reigns and The Rock. We're missing Seth Rollins, we're missing Jimmy Uso, we're missing tough women, Rhea, Charlotte, Becky. People come for them as well, besides Cody Rhodes and besides Roman Reigns or The Rock. They're missing as much since WrestleMania or after or before WrestleMania.
Wrong. Wrong. Isn't Cody the champ pulling in the views? Yeah. He's the guy. Forget the story.
Yeah, he's the champion, but there are other people are going for. I mean, people are going for attending for as well.
When he gets to the Rock's level, then let me know.
When we get to
being in some random movie level, hundreds of wrestlers have made movies. I've seen 440 movies with wrestlers in. Hundreds of wrestlers have made movies, but he'll never be The Rock. Never. In fact, he's The Rock's bitch because The Rock's his boss. But moving on.
But most wrestlers have made B movies. Cody Rhodes is going to be in a film with an A actor, and that's going to be in an actual cinema, not streamed on Netflix.
The Rock. That puts him on the Rock, does it? Biggest movie star in the world, biggest name in the world. That puts him on the Rock's worth 800 million. The Rock is worth 800. The Rock is worth 800 million. Cody's worth.
It's a start for something. I mean, remember how The Rock was first big break?
The Rock's on the board. The Rock's Cody.
What if he's on the board?
The Rock will always be levels of Cody, levels
anyway,
above him.
Anyway. Are we going to start going through this? Come on, through this. We want to get through this quick.
Cody's that's the definition of a draw. I know you don't understand wrestling. If the tickets were £1 million, they're not going to be. If they're a draw is you'll pay however much to go and see that person. If tickets are £300 or £300, they're that much of a draw. You'll spend that much money. But Cody's not a draw because people don't want to pay the money. It's no matter how much. If there were 50p, if there were £500, doesn't matter.
But people are
if
not
they're a draw. There you go.
Yeah, but people are not going to pay that sort of amount of money.
I'm using it as an example. They're not going to be £500. Which they are, but they are to a draw. How many? So the people that spend 10 grand for Mania tickets. What about those people? So you're wrong again.
Like America's not going through the cost of living.
Draw would sell out. How much?
But sure, like the rest of the world's not going through a cost of living crisis. He is.
They were empty seats. What?
What's insane?
WrestleMania, the front row seats are like 10 grand. They go like that. 10 grand for WrestleMania. Okay, it's WrestleMania. Cody's not a draw. When he's to draw of The Rock, then we can talk. But he's never going to be. But he's never going to be The Rock. So he's never going to be The Rock.
It took Roman Reigns a long time to get to that level.
Take away The Rock's business. This is a move. Take away The Rock. Reigns is never going to be The Rock either.
But we don't know that. I mean, we don't know that the difference is. The difference between the two was Vince would.
He's on the board. He's on the board. He's on the WWE.
Yeah, so what? He's on the board. It's just all business in the board. He's not performing out there at the end of the day. He won't be performing until next year. He's only there making.
The Rock, unfortunately for you, runs
he's only
the company.
A businessman. He's not creative. He's not creative at the end of the day.
He runs.
Yeah, from the business end, he's not the creative, or he's not.
So The Rock wasn't brought in because he's a big, massive business
guy. See what I have to put up with there, Bobby. See what I have to put up with.
So the board doesn't run the company. So the board aren't booking it. No. Okay, I know you don't get how booking works. It's turned into some argument, some
do you
rant
see
here
what I
with
have
your
to put up
Cody
with,
Mark.
Bobby? Do you see what I
Triple
have to put up
H
with every
has
week?
zero power. Triple H has zero power. Now he's not running to the board. But this match,
No, he's running to
he has
Nick
to
Khan.
run all
You
matches,
see what I have to
all
put up with every
booking,
week,
past
Bobby?
the
Do you see what
board,
I have to...
past Nick Khan, who's on the board. Nick Khan, who answers to The Rock.
See what I've had to put up with after WrestleMania, after Cody won.
You're a mark.
Won at the end of the day, Roman lost. Life goes on. Anyway, come on, let's get through this. Come on, I want to get through this.
And it's not, as I said, I think this is Bron or Gunther. It's the fact that Cody bland and boring, and you can admit that people are bored with him. Empty seats.
Not everyone is bored with Cody.
He's not good for business at all.
It's not a good thing, but if you want to fix the problem, choose a smaller venue that can fit a crowd. I mean, it's up to Triple H.
When Cody becomes a rock, when he becomes a rock, let me know. Never going to happen, is it? So
see what I have to put up with, Bobby. See what I have to put up with every week.
Takeshita defeated Seidel very quickly. Yes, but you're a mark. You're a Mark.
I'm not a mark. I'm seeing
a mark. They doesn't even think Cody's a draw. Like, you don't own his merch. You're missing SmackDown when you're older. I never miss wrestling ever. Spending down the road and I still watch it. Anyway, Jesus Christ. Matter. You miss it right. You're missing it.
He'll be there.
Matt Seidel lost to Takeshita. Quickly, your thoughts, very quickly.
Takeshita needed a bit of a boost going into Michael Moxley. Oh, here, fuck this.
Takeshita is being built up as this sort of foreign sort of heel as part of the Don Callis family. However, I think it was a stupid idea. Tony can't go anywhere near a DDT superstar as Takeshita in the first place. Yeah, I mean, Matt Seidel, obviously formerly known as Evan Bourne in WWE, he's literally a shit show in WWE at the moment, in AEW at the moment, right? Jobber, I'm going to use the term jobber, right? He's nothing but a jobber, right? In AEW, right? He was pretty much the exact same in his run with TNA a few years ago, right? However, he did end up winning the X Division title and the Grand Championship eventually, right? Takeshita, I don't rate in AEW. Konosuke Takeshita in DDT and over in Japan, I do. Do you know what I mean? So, because I think that
he's
being
wrestling in America,
like an absolute moron.
He's actually not happy wrestling in America, what I read.
No, he's not. He's not.
We'll get to Tony Khan. I'll try and do this without laughing. Get to Tony Khan. But
don't get me started on Tony Khan, for Christ's sake.
Ian,
we'll be here all day.
Tony Khan. Ian actually thought, well, and it is me 30 seconds thing, he thought that the main event for Double or Nothing was good. I was my Casey and you don't like wrestling. Anyway, Nick Khan took the L to Swerve Strickland. Quickly, your thoughts, Ian?
Nick Khan took the loss to Swerve Strickland? You mean Nick Wayne, not Nick Khan.
Here.
It's Nick Wayne, not Nick Khan. Yeah, well,
no, the fuck, I don't care who the
warm
fuck
up for Swerve. Simple warm up for Swerve.
I don't care. I don't watch it. Hey, whatever. If I get the names wrong, I don't care. It's not WWE.
Simple win for Swerve.
Reigns, I don't care if I get the names wrong.
You knew the history going in from
Malachi Black built up. Right, do you get me a D and just look up the word quick? 30 seconds comments, that's all. So, Malachi Blackpen to the pay-per-view because he defeated I'll to move on because it's just silence. Tony Storm and Maria May knocked off the Outcasts, and your main event. What? Oh. May knocked off the Outcasts. Quickly, your thoughts.
It was actually quite an okay tag match. Now, a lot of people were
here
kind of thinking,
and the main event. No, it wasn't. Tell me the ratings. Tell me the ratings for Dynamite. How is it okay? How is it anywhere good? Be honest about it. Stop being blinkered about the many problems AEW has. Honesty is what I want. AEW is not a good product. Hence in the main event, this is why it's not a good product. Satman Singh, Jesus Christ, who's worse than a great Khali, took a DQ loss to Bryan Danielson. That did nothing for anybody. But your thoughts on that one?
Satnam Singh, pile of dog shite, if you want my personal opinion. Him, Omos, the great Khali, ew. Do you know what I mean? You know.
Not a fan of Satnam Singh, but we know what a guy like Bryan Danielson could do with big wrestlers like
Omos and the great Khali.
They're fucking both shit.
Again,
I agree.
So the fact that you didn't even bury it. So the fact that you didn't bury that, right? The fact you didn't bury that match just shows that you actually think AEW is good.
I didn't actually hang on.
Clearly
I
not
didn't
a fan.
say anything.
Clearly.
I was saying I don't like. Hang on.
AEW
I never said I like Satnam Singh.
Bury it.
I never said I like Satnam Singh. I
don't
like Satnam Singh as well. My only thing is though, the only thing I could say about it is that Bryan Danielson is capable of working a match with any big man. We've seen him work with terrible big wrestlers like Ryback or even the Big Show, who wasn't always good, who had his moments and bad. Or even Mark Henry. He's even worse than Mark Henry, who had his moments.
Ryback. Sure, half decent though. Mark Henry's half decent. Anyway, so for the rating for that Dynamite, bronze. Quickly, your rating for it, Ian.
Say silver for 2 tag matches and Malachi Black and Kyle O'Reilly, although their NXT match was better.
Mark, it.
I said their NXT match was better.
Blinkered. Which match Dynamite was Reigns in? All bad. Your rating purely based off results.
Bronze. Quite simply bronze.
Well, yeah, agree with me. Yeah, so we'll go to the A show. Well, NXT is very quickly becoming the A show very quickly. To go. Oh, I keep going in and out. So let's very quickly zoom through this. Nia Jax went on to the advance to the final ring by defeating Bianca Belair quickly. Both your thoughts on it? Bobby, your thoughts?
Nia, I think that Nia, wrong decision in general. You know, I've never been a fan of Nia Jax, you know, and whatever. I think that Bianca Belair would have been much better pick, but hey, what the fuck do I know? You know what I mean? So,
I would have picked Bianca as well. Nia has improved a little bit in some matches with Becky Lynch, but they weren't going to have someone holding the gold going to the final, so I'll just stick with Nia.
You only wanted Bianca to win because you wanted Lara to win.
Plus, it would have been a good match. Bianca is very good in the ring.
But I was right again. Gee, now you won the entire thing, but we'll get to...
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll get to that later. Okay, yeah, fair enough. You were right. Okay, I'm not
face versus faces. Anyway, it was a Grayson Waller effect. Carmelo Hayes, he came out, then LA Knight did. Street Profits made the save as LA Knight got beat up. Led to a match which you saw your winners, LA Knight and Street Profits. Your losers, Carmelo Hayes, Grayson Waller, and Austin Theory. Ian, I'll start with you first. Quickly, your thoughts. Quickly.
Good to see LA Knight get back on the winning track after the King of the Ring. Build up towards a potential match with Logan Paul at SummerSlam.
It wasn't after the King of the Ring. This was before King of the Ring. It was a SmackDown beforehand, wasn't it?
King of the Ring tournament. King of the Ring tournament.
Thoughts on that tag team match?
Well, I'm not a fan of Grayson Waller. Quite frankly, Austin Theory, however, beforehand when he was the Money in the Bank, I thought that he was going to be pushed up as like the next big thing. Looking forward to it. LA Knight, I was looking forward to something big during the whole Bray Wyatt thing. Obviously, unfortunately, Bray Wyatt passed, but that's another story. But yeah, I think that tag match, all in all, in terms of the Salah star ratings, it's kind of like the whole Dave Meltzer star ratings. I think I give that 2.5 in general. So 2.5 out of 5. Did I put it in this notepad? Bollocks! Right,
have you heard the rumors there could be splitting up Theory and Waller?
Sorry?
Oh.
Have you heard the rumors they could be splitting up Theory and Waller?
I would not be against
so really
that.
Get to, so, we're now going to get to Ian's favourite part. And again, this is not going to turn into the next 3 hours of how great Cody Rhodes is. So we're going to very quickly zoom through this. And it was cut out. Logan Paul did. Now, I was at BTW, so I was watching that BTW and watching SmackDown at the same time on my phone. So I really didn't listen to the promo, but I got the gist of it. It was all about, it was awful. From start to finish, awful. Got the ref in the ring. It was about the brass knucks. I just thought, right, you're wasting my time watching this. Boring. But it's every second of it. Am I right, Ian?
No, because Cody had to stand his ground. He was taking. Cody held his own. He gave the true points. He said that he respected Logan for his wrestling and other stuff, but until he actually makes an effort to do this full time like the way Cody and others do, he's not at that level yet. He is a good wrestler yet.
So you did love.
That's all I'll say there. He was straight to the point.
Right, that's time. That's time of my life. That's time of my life I'm never getting back. Thank you for that. That was that's 5 seconds of my life. I'm never getting. It was boring. I knew you would love it because Cody's time. Definitely not. But Bobby, your quick thoughts on the promo? Like I said, I gist of it. Didn't hear what they said, but I got the gist of it.
Promo, shit. Move on. What promo was this, sorry?
The Cody Rhodes Logan Paul promo.
Not a fan of Logan Paul. Never have been.
Cody came out, then Logan Paul in. It was about the brass knucks, and the referee was in the ring, and ugh.
Yeah. I've never been a fan of Logan Paul.
He's incredible in the ring. Every single time in the ring. And
I think this
is going to hurt Ian out to close his ears while I say this.
No, you can say it. I don't sharp. You can say what.
And Ian might want to close his ears while.
That's your own opinion.
Much bigger star than Cody because he's worth more money and make money. Logan Paul is than Cody Rhodes. If you're a wrestling fan, you know who Cody Rhodes is. Everyone knows who Logan Paul is. That's why he was brought in. Anyway, moving along to women's action. So Chelsea Green took the LOSS, so loss to Bayley. After the match, Papin even attacked Bayley So, yeah, this was cool. Bobby, your thoughts on this?
Honestly, I don't really have any. As well, I think that this entire speaking of this episode of SmackDown in general, I think it was a terrible go home thing. Do you know what I mean? For King and Queen of the Ring, and what have you. But yeah, so just in general. So yeah.
Fair enough. Ian, quickly, your thoughts, Bailey. Your thoughts, Bailey, going over on Chelsea Green.
It was mostly just a simple way to say we're going to have Bailey versus Piper Niven at Clash of Castle.
Then you could also argue bringing in
and then to end SmackDown. Well, we'll get to that later, what I think they're going to do with Alba, Kaylee Ray, Alba Fire, call what you like. But to end this week's the SmackDown from 2 weeks ago, the Viper, Randy Orton, Orton, wait a victory. Orton was going to win by DQ. I'm shocked that Tama Tonga had been pinned this quick. But he's advanced to the finals. So before I get your thoughts, so of course, at King of the Ring, you saw taking on Gunther and Lara Valkyria taking on Nia Jax. Those were the two matches made. Ian, your quick Tama Tonga, your quick, very.
Like Gunther, Orton was the right choice to win because the King of the Ring didn't need to have anything connected to the Bloodline story.
Okay, Bobby?
I think the Orton Tama Tonga match was good, and what have you. And Ian, I do agree personally that I think the finals of the King of the Ring should have been kept away from the Bloodline, because it's like ideally they want to be pushing Solo, the Gorillas of Destiny, to maybe bring it in someone like Jacob Fatu or Zilla Fatu, etc. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, so and if they do, then you don't exactly want to acknowledge them as like the tribal king, if you know, like if you know what I mean. Like you need to be acknowledged as the tribal chief. Do you know what I mean? There's a difference. Do you know what I mean? I ain't from Samoa, but I don't think that they have a monarchy in Samoa, do they? Do you know what I mean? So,
I think the next one that might join them might be Hikuleo.
So my rating.
I wouldn't mind seeing Hikuleo, like in all fairness, because he's obviously Haku's son, isn't he?
So
or something like that. So, yeah, sorry, Karen, as well.
So my rating for SmackDown, I agree with Bobby. Well, these shows when they do it like they did it in France. Okay, so really quick, France made that. Yeah. France today, Scotland next week, at the end of August. They're all going to be throwaway. Okay, SmackDown. Bronze Plus. So your rating?
Bronze, I'd say, personally. It personally to me, like, it didn't really feel like a proper go home show to like an international pay per view. But then again, like, none of the go home shows to a Saudi show are. Do you know what I mean? So
I'll say bronze minus.
I do like that the fans are now. Say that again, sorry.
I'll give it a bronze minus.
Ian?
I
do like the fans are now singing Orton's theme. They're singing Orton's themes. France have started something. I like that. But no one can be like as France. Scotland might try for it on. Oh, won't be on SmackDown next week, will they? Oh dear. Anyway, so second show on a Friday, and I'll really this was of course Level Up. So just 2 matches. I'll quickly get through them. Tank Ledge took a win against Kale Dixon, and Jasmine Nix was on the winning side against Laney Reid. I'll say silver minus. Third show on a Friday was, of course, the finals for Speed, where you saw Ricochet take on Tyler Bate for the title, and Ricochet retained. I like the concept of Speed. I'll say this every week, so I'll say a silver for that, I think. Ian, your quick rating for both Level Up and Roku. For your quick rating for Speed, first of all.
I'll say a silver for Speed because I enjoyed Ricochet versus Tyler Bate. Hopefully it convinces Ricochet to stay on with all this talk about his contract. For Level Up, I'll say bronze.
Okay, Bobby, for your rating for both.
I don't watch Level Up and I don't watch Speed either.
Just based off results. Just based off results.
It's based off results. I'd probably say for Speed, I'd probably say bronze
Fair
plus.
Enough.
For
sort of
Level Up, I'd probably say bronze plus as well. So. Yeah,
so the
bronze
fourth show on that Friday, talk about overload of wrestling. So the fourth show, talk about even though there's still an overload of wrestling if you watch everything, and that was of course Rampage.
Probably the worst wrestling show out there.
So 4 matches. Let's quickly zoom through. The collision, but winning ways against. So I'm going to quickly just run through these, and then just get your very matches. So I'll just quickly go through them, and then quick thoughts. So, Paro Samoa Joe got the W against Dom Kubrick. I'm guessing some indie guys, nothing for anybody. I will say this every week. Cassidy and Willow Nightingale and Chris Statlander on the winning side against Anna Jay and Alex Windsor. They're again against, presume it's a hint. So very quickly, Ian.
I'm going to say bronze. I haven't watched Rampage in a very long time, so.
Okay, then your rating, Bobby?
Bronze, personally. Like again, I think that Rampage is a complete waste of an hour to watch it. Do you know what I mean?
Plus, you're going up against SmackDown, and you're too tired after watching SmackDown to watch it.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah, if you watch all of wrestling. Just if you watch all of WWE shows, Raw, SmackDown, Main Event, Level Up, NXT, Speed, 6. Speed is only on for 3 minutes, but it's still a show. It's still more content. That's 6 shows a week just for WWE. Like, oh wow! I check the results. I'll watch Speed. It's only for 3 minutes, so why not? And I think there was a 5th show that Friday. Jesus Christ. And that was Collision. Like, wow, 5 shows.
Why the fuck? I'm sorry, but
again, I'll very quickly run through the results and just quickly get your.
Why do they keep changing around the names for bloody Dynamite, Rampage, Collision, Ring of Honor? I mean, what's going on with Ring of Honor nowadays? Do you know what I mean?
Ring of Honor's Thursday, though. So more or less people are watching TNA.
Why change the date? See, exactly. If you change the dates, you're confusing the fact. You know when Raw's on. It's on a Monday. You know when SmackDown's on. It's on a Friday. You know when NXT's on. It's on a Tuesday. If they put NXT on a Wednesday, you think, hang on, when is it on? Then the week after they go, oh, now stick it on a Thursday. When is it on? When's NXT on? You know the time slot. NXT, Raw, SmackDown's on. There we go. Yeah. No confusion. AEW do everything they can. AEW does everything they can to push their fans away with confusion, with just when's Collision on? Who knows? Could be on a Friday, could be on a Saturday, could be on a Thursday. Who the hell knows?
Yeah, exactly.
So again, quickly run through the results. So Daniel Garcia, Claudio Castle, and Tanahashi, your winners against Lance Archer and the Righteous. The Gun Club took the loss against Lucha Bros. KM, whoever that, I'm guessing, indie guy, put over Carl and Buddy Brody King. Win, I think 3-way tag. I don't know. I have no idea. I think it was 3-person tagging action. I mean, fair away, but if he infantry agony in the game, and Buddy Matthews came out on top. Yeah, Ian, quickly, your thoughts and rating.
I'm gonna say bronze.
Like all of that just sounds like none. That makes me think, oh, I'm missing there. That makes me think I don't want to watch that. Bobby, your rating quickly.
I'd probably say bronze. There's a lot of AEW shows nowadays just feel like they're put together like that. Do you know what I mean? No thought process going into them. Do you know what I mean? You know, so.
Especially like this week, what you call this week, Dynamite, same thing with first word.
Didn't hear a word of that. But if that's a mindset, just let's throw. If that's a mindset, throw a random wrestler Bay, because reasons. How can you expect people to watch? And some people, Ian, will say that AEW is competition for WWE. Not at all. And I've said this before. If you're going to be in competition, people need to know who you are. So very quickly, Coca-Cola and Pepsi. People know what each of those are. Nobody knows. When I say nobody, I don't mean not one person in the world. In the 7 billion people. No one knows what AEW is. If they got 1 million people, that's bad. A million people out of 7 billion. And I know AEW is not broadcast to all the countries like WWE is, but so pay-per-view time, and we'll get to this quickly. So on the kickoff show, Jay Cogle and Bianca Belair retained against Candice LeRae and Indy Hartwell. Yeah, cool, nice, okay match. But your thoughts on this match?
To me, I think this match was just there just to put a women's match on another women's match that wasn't the Queen of the Ring on the card. Do you know what I mean? The women's tag team titles have meant nothing since they've been around, to me personally. You know, yeah. So if we're gonna rate that match in particular, bronze, if you want my honest opinion. So.
I'll say the same thing.
I think the most I've ever meant is when the most of tells when Sasha Banks and Bayley had them, and then that's it, really. Like Asuka and Kairi brought a little relevancy to them, but apart from that, not real. I'm just looking on Wikipedia at the match.
I'll agree with what
Liv Morgan, your
I agree with what Bob
So
said.
Liv Morgan, your brand new women's champion, defeating Becky. So Liv Morgan winning the Women's World Championship, pinning Becky Lynch. Good ending. The DDT onto the chair. Oblivion protects Becky. Pin Liv, even though he doesn't want to. Didn't mean to help Liv. Yeah, a very good finish. I was very, very 50-50 on this match. I thought Becky might have retained, but not shocked that Liv won. So, Ian, your quick thoughts.
It was good, but they both looked jet lagged coming off the plane. But I'm liking what's going on now for Liv and Dom. And yeah, it was the right call because of the situation with Becky's contract, as we saw with Raw as well the night after Crown Jewel, after King Queen ring.
Bobby, your thoughts on this match for the Women's World Championship?
I think all in all, like it was a good match, right? I can't knock them for that. However, there have been rumours to say that Becky's contract is coming to an end within the next couple of weeks, and there are people saying that she's potentially going to turn up at All In if she doesn't renew a contract. So maybe this could be the sign that she's not going to resign.
No.
So, yeah.
Why would Becky Lynch? No. What? No. Why would Becky Lynch? And I think she is. She's not that best on the mic. She's good in the ring, but she's not good at promo. I don't think she's good to promo. I would go back and watch. But why would she? Why would she go to it? Apart from Sting and Monte, who's had a better push? Not better usage, better push. Sting definitely, take Monte. That's it. I can't think of anybody else that's had been pushed better than WWE. You go there, she'll be used for a month and lost in the shuffle like everybody else. So no. And then
doesn't need to go to another company. No. I mean, let her rest up, spend time with Seth and her daughter, and come back with Seth when he's 100%.
So you had triple threat action for the Intercontinental Championship. It was in the men's time. Sami Zayn, Bronson Reed, that is the personality of a pencil, and Chad Gable. Good match, but this could have easily been on a random Raw. Sami Zayn with cool. So I'll come to you for your thoughts.
Personally, I rewind to Mania. I personally would have put Chad Gable in that position to have beaten Gunther, right, and then had Sami Zayn win the title off of Chad Gable at King and Queen of the Ring. But now we're in this sort of mix. Personally, I'd have preferred Chad Gable to have gone over, because you look at all the crap that's going on with him and the rest of Alpha Academy, right? I think that this would have given him that better oomph to be like, look, I'm better than you, right? I'm the one that's helped you sort out. So Maxine Dupree, Akira Tozawa, and Otis. Do you know what I mean? Be like, look, I've been your locker room leader. You will bow down to me. Personally, I would have thought it would have made sense to have put it on Chad Gable, to have made him that bigger version of the Billy Big Bollocks. Do you know what I mean? For Alpha Academy. So yeah.
I would have had Gunther retain. I would have Gunther retain the title. He goes on to beat. If I'm fantasy booking here, Reigns still has 2 titles. Gunther retains the Nicole title. Gunther goes on to beat Reigns, and he's there with 3 titles, and 2 of those are a world title. How dominant would he look?
Yeah.
There we go. You want dominance. He's there with 3 titles, then he gives up being a couple title, doesn't have to lose it, just gives it up. That's what I would have done. That didn't happen. So it's not it's not the fact that Reigns lost, it's just the fact who beat him. It's just Anyway, your thoughts on this match?
At the time, I did want Gable to be the one to face Gunter, but then what we got with Sami Zayn and Gunter, and then with the change in direction for Gable, it's a kind of everything happens for a reason scenario. The triple threat itself now was good. There were some good spots from all 3 men in it, but it was the right call for Zayn to retain because we're going to get Zayn and Chad at Clash Castle, and with the talk of Gable's contract running out, he's looking likely he's going to win it to re-sign.
If he were to win,
but we'll do that next week.
Like, if Gable were to win in Scotland,
I wouldn't beat
then it would make more sense for him to resign.
Yeah, and look at it this way. Look what it's doing for Otis at the moment. Otis has gotten back to the level he was back in 2020.
Yeah.
And there is rumours now that Gable is forming an alliance with the Creed.
Yeah.
Wonderful. You and Bobby talk among. Do not play a video. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm away. I'll be a whole second. Talk amongst yourselves, right?
Like, I personally wouldn't be against Gable and the Creed brothers actually forming somewhat of an alliance. But
yeah, they would look good together. And then you have to throw Ivy Nyland there as well, because like you have her turn against Maxine Dupree, who thinks she's like dead weight to her, and just because she loses a lot. And like the one who's benefiting this the most is Otis. Like, this is kind of the comeback he needed from 2020.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
he was way too soon in that 2020. That's in 2020.
I mean, personally, I'm surprised about how they got rid of what's his face from Heavy Machinery, Otis' tag team partner. You know, I would have liked to have seen Heavy Machinery as a proper tag team on the main roster. Do you know what I mean? But obviously, with budget cuts and then they announced record-breaking profits. Do you know what I mean? So.
If they had done some and Tucker to cash in for the tag titles against a team like New Day or the Usos, and then you could have put them up. But Vince just was too in love with Otis, and they couldn't do anything with him.
Yeah, exactly.
Roman's reign started.
So
they made a really big ball for that one. So when Otis joined Chad Gable, he got a career revival.
Yeah.
Right. So moving on here to the women's, to the Queen of the Ring, the Lyra. So Ireland's all Lyra Valkyria, the Irresistible Force, Nia Jax. Okay, match. Well, why couldn't this have been on Raw? It could have easily been on a random Raw or SmackDown. Nia Jax won. I have no problem with it. You give her a big win. And she did exactly what I said she was going to do, and came out to be a whiny heel. There you go. Called it. So, Ian, your thoughts on this?
Well, for one, it's not Dave Meltzer's favourite match.
I don't care what Dave Meltzer... Okay, well, going to Dave Meltzer, Kurt Angle never had a 5-star match. Really?
Considering...
Anyway, your thoughts, not Dave Meltzer.
Plus, Lars Sullivan has got more 5-star matches than Eddie Guerrero and Kurt Angle together. Just putting it out there.
I wanted Lyra to win as a representative of Ireland, and plus with Becky going, they need Ireland. But then Nia has improved a good bit since coming back. We've seen when the matches with Becky and Rhea. So where they go with this now? Let's see where they go with this leading up to her match with Bayley at SummerSlam. So that's all I'll say there.
Fair enough. Next up was on his King of the Ring side of things, Gunther taking on the Viper, Randy Orton. This was a good match. No shocker, Gunther, King of the Ring. Great win for Gunther. He's done really well on the main roster, but the shoulders, that was obviously deliberate. Now, this is probably leading to Cody, Gunther, Orton. Gunther's not going after the world title, because when does Orton and Gunther have that match? So it'll be Orton, Gunther, Cody at SummerSlam. That'll put you leading to there. I think that's what happens. But to this match, good match. Your thoughts, Bob?
Well, personally, I thought that the match between Gunther and Orton was good. Do you know what I mean? Like, for what it was worth. Do I think that Gunther is the right decision for King of the Ring? With the way on how he's been built since his main roster debut, yes. Do you know what I mean? Like, I would have thought that he'd have entered into something to do with Fabian Eichner or Giovanni Vinci, whatever he's known as now, before, with Giovanni Vinci entering to cost Gunther the match. Do you know what I mean? And then hand it to Orton. But obviously that wasn't the case, if you know what I mean? And, so...
I enjoyed the match. I wouldn't have liked to have seen Giovanni Vinci Gunther the match. I liked the match now myself. I think one little flagging point was that Orton's injury started to catch up with him, so that kind of put a little damper on it. I wouldn't have been in favour of Giovanni Vinci costing Gunther the match. I think that would have been away from it. It was the 3 years that we needed to start to build. They did nothing with that being Xavier Woods.
Yeah.
Call was Gunther. I'm looking forward to what they do with Gunther and Brie the match at the end of the European tour.
Yeah,
I don't think you get Gunther. If Priest is still champion by SummerSlam, I don't think that match is happening. Gunther's going after Cody, because when do they finish Gunther Orton? That match is left over.
Hang on.
When do they do that match? When do they do that? No. This is not a Cody Love Fest. When do they do Gunther Orton?
I'm not trying to do Cody Love Fest.
When?
I would say, first off, I'm not trying to do a Cody Love Fest, because one, you could probably do Orton Gunther at Money in the Bank. Two, if you remember, the day before King and Queen of the Ring, Triple H said at the press conference that the winner of King and Queen of the Ring, let me talk, that the winner of the tournament would get a title shot hands. That means Gunther champion, because
Gunther can't, and Triple H say Gunther can't go down. When did he say that? Which promo did Triple H say Gunther can't go to SmackDown? Come on, tell me the promo.
Press conference. And then
when did he say Gunther can't go to SmackDown? Tell me the promo he said that. No. The promo he said Gunther can't go to SmackDown. When did that happen? Didn't happen, so he can go to SmackDown. So he can go after your boy Cody. So he can very well go after Cody. Easily.
But we don't know if he's going to go after Cody at the moment, because
there we go. He might.
We don't.
He might do.
At the moment, we don't know. We don't know yet. Like, we starting at SummerSlam.
If I'm booking it, so then you have Gunther. I think Gunther wins. You have him pin. That's where he pins Orton clean and wins the title. You're not going to like that, but. So speaking of Cody, for the undisputed title, Logan Paul one-on-one with Cody Rhodes. This was fantastic. Logan made Cody look good. And the only spot that everybody's talking about, no one's talking about Cody's name. They're talking about the leap from the top rope that got 40 million views in 15 hours. Wow. And Cody's on Logan's level? No, not at all. 40 million views, 15 hours. Cody's never had that. Never gonna do. But yeah, good match. Why the suspension?
Breaking news. Breaking news. Looks like Asuka is going to be out for quite some time, as her knee is now in a knee brace.
Yeah.
So.
Oh shit.
That's not good.
So.
Very quickly, this is my fault. Speaking of Asuka.
There was a Twitter post put up about an hour ago. The Dirt Sheet Radio was just commented on it in a post on Facebook. And there's not been a specific time frame, but her knee is currently in a cast in a frame. So, yeah. Sorry for interrupting.
This is knee injury from back.
That's not good. That's not good. These are my just very quick 30-second thoughts on Asuka. She's never really had that push. She's still not won a match at Mania. Just that says it all.
Yeah.
Back to Cody Logan. So what I say every week, and Ian just doesn't seem to get this because everybody wins because it's isn't it? It's not real. People don't really win titles. The suspension of disbelief. I fully get that these wrestlers are putting their body on the line. Fully appreciate that. They're putting their body on the line for our entertainment. It hurts.
Yeah.
The booking side, no one really wins or loses, but the suspension of disbelief, why would Cody not think Logan is going to use those brass knucks? He's the king. Definitely not. But he's the king. Why would he not think that Logan is going to use them? I knew he was going to use them. Everybody else knew he was going to lose them. But Cody's stupid enough to think that he wasn't going to. Then that makes Cody look stupid. He looks like an idiot. If he didn't think that Logan was going to use every shortcut he could, he's an idiot. Because he's the king, isn't he? If I'm the king, I've got the title. I think that everyone's going to try and cheat to beat me. That match made Cody look stupid. Good match. Logan made him look good. But yeah, there you go. Bobby, your thoughts?
I've never liked Logan, to be honest with you. Before he was anywhere near a wrestling ring or before he was anywhere near the boxing, right? Going back to when he was getting big as a YouTube star, I think him and his brother are just as bad, right? Can't stand either of them. It pains me to say he is actually a decent wrestler, right? Just him as a person, I cannot stand. Do you know what I mean? Just, yeah. But this match against Cody pains me even more to say it wasn't actually a bad match either. Do you know what I mean? Which fucking pains me even worse because I can't stand Logan. I'm not the biggest Cody fan either. But, you know, hey-ho. Do you know what I mean?
But him being a real-life dick is what gets him heat. So,
yeah, exactly.
So leave it, I suppose.
The character that he's playing on screen is him in general.
It's him.
Do you know what I mean? Which I think, as somebody that works within the wrestling business, I think that playing who you actually are as a person on screen, I think sells your character a million times more. Do you know what I mean? You know, and like it sells you to the creative team and it sells you to the audience as well. Do you know what I mean? You know, yeah. So
like The Rock. The Rock is Dwayne. Okay, The Rock is Dwayne Johnson. The volume turned up. He's himself. He just turns the volume up. That's it. He's The Rock.
Stone Cold Steve Austin is Stone Cold Steve Austin. Do you know what I mean?
The Rock's promos or Dwayne Johnson on Dwayne Johnson on steroids. That's what his promos are. It's him.
Yeah, exactly.
And The Rock, if you smell all that. And let's not go into if The Rock's on steroids or not. He probably is, but whatever. Ian, quickly, you've been quiet throughout this, but your thoughts on this match?
The dive was beautiful. I can't say that the dive was not beautiful. Both men really held their own in that match, but at the end of the day, Cody took advantage of Logan's mistakes, retains the title, simple as.
Got help. So far he's got help with Reigns. No one thought he was beating Styles was winning. Nobody. Styles hasn't won a big match for 3 years. Got help to beat Logan. He's not going to. And is he not good? Cody's good. Just because it's unbelievable. Cody's not beat losing in Scotland. Probably not losing and winning the bank. What a boring title reign so far. Boring. Well, that's why
if anything, I think that Cody
watching.
Like, if anything, I think that Cody has been booked better on house shows than what he actually has done on TV. Do you know what I mean? You know, yeah, like I know a few people that went to the WWE UK tour they did not long after Mania, and saying that the matches on the tour were better, like the house show non-televised events were better than the actual on-screen matches. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, well, why are they being booked better on matches that literally no one sees? Do you know what I mean? So,
but you can't say even goes
far.
On televised.
Not a word, near a word. I even go as far as saying it again that because Cody's good, this is because just to make it make sense. I was shocked if Cody loses a title before November. Might even go into next year as champion in the Rumble. I would be shocked. Now it's not because Cody's good. That's just to make it make sense. Why would the guy that's just beat a 3.5-year champion lose after months? Why would he?
Yeah.
If he loses before November, I will be shocked. But he's going to have a reign that's no one's going to roast. Yeah. But the entire pay-per-view
personally, I think it's going to be at least until next year's Mania that we see anything to do with Cody potentially losing.
No, they're already losing. They're already.
I could see him.
It's already empty. I don't care. There's already empty seats. So no. If this carries on, no. He could lose at me. Could lose at SummerSlam. Could lose to The Rock. He could lose to Gunther. It could be that quick. Because WWE don't look at November. Well, like Ian said. Well, Ian's WWE doesn't look at, like Ian says, oh, look, the kid is achieving a Cody. Oh, keep the title on him then. The Rock, who's on the board, and the rest of the board, and everybody else looks at empty seats. Double or Nothing got more views, more searches on the internet than King of the Ring. 2 weeks ago, SmackDown had low ratings. All of this, that's what they look at. There's been 1 million lost views since WrestleMania. They look at all of that. They don't look at, well, look, some kid chewing Cody. Let's kill him then. No, they look at the money they're losing. So if this carries on, short title reign. And who he probably loses it to, The Rock in Saudi. You do. The Rock beats him in Saudi. Reigns wins the Rumble. You think Reigns is going after the world champion. He goes after The Rock. You just made the biggest match ever. It's for the time. Reigns is probably not losing that either.
Well, technically, Reigns won't need to win
Here
the
we
Rumble.
go. So he's probably losing.
Technically, Reigns won't need to win the Rumble because he's still got a guaranteed rematch clause.
Oh, yeah.
Just like, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Reigns is rumored to come back. Reigns is rumored to say he doesn't cash in his rematch clause when we get to Crown Jewel in October, November. You could do that, or if you don't do The Rock, if The Rock is not back by the end of the year, then you have Reigns at either Crown Jewel or Survivor Series against Cody, and then you do Cody versus Orton at SummerSlam because it's more likely they're going to go ahead with
We've got a comment here as well, just to address.
Taking on Damien Priest. Richie Stoneham. Hello, Richie.
So, very quick question, Ian. When did you get a job on the booking team?
I don't think that's
so Richie Stoneham. Wow, Cody's story.
Nerdic Pro co-host, good friend of mine, Richie.
Why would WWE make Cody's story team? Okay, why would WWE make Cody's story take 2 years to finish for him to lose in 5 minutes? Because he's not a drawing champion. Simple. Right? This is not. I know Ian thinks it's real, but it's not. People don't really
do what they did to
people don't.
You want them to do what they did to Cody.
What should a champion do? Should do 3 things. They should do 3 things. 1, elevate the title, which Cody's never going to do. He's not going to be champion longer than the reign, so that's impossible. Pulling ratings, which he's not doing, and pulling fans to the arenas, which he's not doing. So in the business sense, he's a failed champion. So that's why he's not doing his job. He's not real. He's not really WWE champion. Some guy backstage said, yeah, it's not real. He's not doing his job. Anyway, for the whole pay-per-view, I do like that So, what?
I said, first off, when did you study?
When did I study what?
Business.
What? A champion in WWE, whoever that is, it's not real. It's not real. It is right. Let's strip back the curtain. They don't really win. There's a creative team deciding who wins and loses. Nobody really wins. It's pretend. It's kayfabe. Cody's not really champion. He's just carrying a belt around with him. But what a champion is meant to do is bring in views and put butts in seats. That's the point. It's a business to make money, and Cody's not. Pure simple. Let's move on. So the rating for King Queen of the Ring, I'll say, is your rating.
You asking me or Bob?
Bobby, your rating for King Queen of the Ring?
I'd probably say silver. Or yeah, silver.
I'll say silver as well. Just to live up to WrestleMania.
So let's get that shovel, that golden shovel, like John Cena used to say, because it's burial time. It's double or nothing time. It's time for me to bury the entire pay-per-view. Boy, it was 4 hours of wasted. Where I'm never getting back, and it was so bad that I thought, the next one's not until I won't be watching Forbidden Door, so the next one's not till August. So thank God. But
Forbidden Door at the end of June.
So you won't be watching it. That's awful. There's no and. The Forbidden Door, AEW is an indie company, New Japan's an indie company, so 2 indie companies are working together, and it's a big thing. Indie companies work together all the time here in the UK. How's it a big thing? That's what AEW is, an indie company onto the TV deal. That's it. I can't even remember the pre-show matches. I'm looking on Wikipedia now. They were... Deanna Purrazzo taking on Thunder Rosa.
The Acclaimed took on Gates Agni.
So Deanna Purrazzo came in as this big deal, and now she's having a match on the pre-show. Hey, she got the win. There we go. Ian, your thoughts?
It was. So maybe they could be changing direction for now. Maybe go heel.
Bobby, your thoughts on this match?
As I've said, I think that AEW are on a massive fucking download. Again, I don't watch AEW pay-per-view pre-shows, so I couldn't really comment. Do you know what I mean? So on like the actual match quality, do you know what I mean? So, but I think from the result, if I had to rate
one good thing.
Fuck nice. God knows. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. What?
That is the only one good thing AEW is. It's one out of 10 things. They do the free pre-show match, but AEW is not going to be that coming at you just stumble across. So are people really watching? And if more people watch that than the pay-per-view, that says, they're paying for.
Yeah. Like I was looking earlier, and there was something like 133,000 buys for Double or Nothing.
Oh, that's not good.
Nah, exactly.
And that's why I would move the entirety of Collision to YouTube for free. And to YouTube, and that's your hype show. You have matches on it, but it's used to hype Rampage, Dynamite, the pay-per-views. Hype.
Yeah. Like,
free.
Was it you that sent me
stuff? And who doesn't like free wrestling?
Was it you that sent me the ratings for Collision? And there was something like 190,000 people watching that.
Don't worry, we're getting to that.
Yeah, the fact that there were more people watching last week's Collision than the what actually brought the Double or Nothing pay-per-view. Do you know what I mean?
So the second match, buy-in 0 or whatever the hell they want to call it, the confuser, the pre-show called. Who knows? 0 hour buy-in pre-show.
The show before the show.
So the acclaimed buried their opponents that were Brian Cage and the Gates of Agony and then beat them, which does nothing. You beat your opponents and beat them, so you beat somebody you buried. What? Who's booking this? We know he's booking it. He's Tony Khan. What? It makes no sense.
AEW in general to me makes no fucking sense.
And this is why a lot of things in wrestling, but promos are very important. You put over your opponent and say, so I come out to say, I'm going to beat the best. This guy, I will be, he's the best. I'm not very good at promos, but play better than the Acclaimed are. This guy's the best. I'm still going to beat him. I'm not going to come out and go, this guy's a loser, because I've just beaten a loser.
Exactly.
So it's Ian, very quickly, your thoughts on the Acclaim defeating their opponents.
Get the Acclaim back in the 6-man tag title picture. Simple.
They did nothing. They buried the. What were your thoughts on them burying their opponents?
It's natural for the Acclaim to always do that.
But that makes no sense. Make it make sense. The suspension of disbelief. This is meant to be real. Moving on. So Roderick Strong who's been champion for 2 months and hasn't beat anybody worthwhile, lost to Will Ospreay. Cool for Will Ospreay, but he didn't be champion. This was an okay match and like fantastic, but
what annoys me, right, is I don't get why. Like I'm going to say the same when it comes to Mercedes Moné. I don't see why Ospreay and Mercedes Moné have been thrown into title pictures so quickly and actually gone over as well, right? Mercedes Moné spent more than 2 months in AEW, right, before she actually had a debut match, which was on this show, right? Will Ospreay is making bank in the minute, right, and is only wrestling a couple of times a month, right? I don't understand why those two are getting prioritized over these homegrown AEW talent. Do you know what I mean? Which, correct me if I'm wrong, but way back when, five and a half years ago, when AEW actually first started, wasn't the entire plan of AEW to put these lesser known, bigger named indie talent over against the bigger name legends in the business? Do you know what I mean? Right? Will Ospreay was already a very like Will Ospreay had already made his name over in Japan years before AEW was even thought of, right? Mercedes Moné, again, she'd already made a name in WWE and NXT years before AEW was even a twinkle of the milkman's eye. Do you know what I mean? I don't understand why the fuck these two are put anywhere near any championship in AEW. Do you know what I mean? And actually making millions of dollars from it as well.
Can I just point out, Bob, that you also after his first day singles match, he beat Eddie Kingston. He beat Eddie Kingston for the title there. The simple one fact I'd like to take from this is that. Hang on, you go on. What I say.
Also, Eddie Kingston also a trash wrestler who isn't good in the ring. He's and that's me being generous, but no.
Eddie Kingston was only known for his feud in Chikara with Claudia Castagnoli.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Chikara is nothing nowadays. Do you know what I mean? You know, but hey.
To go back to the Bob, the simple fact is that Tony Khan comes from New Japan. He wants to push them.
Don't care about Will Ospreay. Don't care about your hero Tony Khan.
Hang on, I never said
together, don't they? So the king of marks, Tony Khan's got to be your hero. So the match, fuck Tony Khan. He's a weirdo mark. The match.
I was only saying to Bob that Tony Khan seems to lately only want to push people either coming from WWE or New, and then lesser people are being left out, as we've seen, and they're doing something else, like we've seen with Ethan Page on NXT. That's what I was trying to say.
Match. That's 10 seconds of my life. I'm never getting back to you for that one. So the match.
I thought it was fine. I felt it was a bit too soon for Ospreay to get the gold. Now I thought they kind of build up something for him, maybe for the Owen Hart tournament, but then we had Adam Cole come out, and then we saw the return of MJF, and that overshadowed it.
We'll get to that. You again talk amongst yourselves again in another 10 seconds.
And I'll be with you in 2 seconds, Aaron.
What game are you playing?
And sorry, Ian, I'll be with you in just a second.
All right.
Right, there we are. Right, I think the match with Ospreay and Doodah, right? Personally, I've been a big fan of Will Ospreay for years. However, I think that him in AEW currently is going to go down the shitter because he's now not going to be wrestling as frequently as what he was when he was working in the Indies here in the UK and out in Japan. Do you know what I mean? You know, which, you know, with somebody like Will Ospreay, he's only just turned 30 and he's now going to be working a fucking part-time schedule. Do you know what I mean? You know, and what have you, do you know what I mean? Which I don't think that somebody with Ospreay and how good he actually is, I really don't think he'll benefit from the AEW schedule. Do you know what I mean? You know.
Here's a question for you, Bob. Is Will Ospreay scared of the grind?
So another comic book order, we up?
I think so, yeah.
Quickly, Ian.
Okay, the coming up. I'll ask this now. Okay, this is from Richie. The original concept of AEW was fantastic. The COVID daily place era was good, but as soon as they went back on the road, it's all gone to shit.
I'll say. Right, okay. So I think you were aware of that. So I was just going to say, Richard, continue to comment. You have done so. The original concept of AEW was fantastic. The COVID dailies era was good. Yeah, none of AEW has been good. Very, very tiny bits throughout 5 years, but it's like very that was okay, and then a load of crap. This bit was okay. Let's pile with a lot of fronts. So yes, we had Adam Cole, baby, come on out, and then MJF with so much fake tan on and a Triple H jacket. AEW so want to be WWE. AEW need to either be themselves or be nothing like WWE. If you want to copy WWE, at least admit it. So here comes MJF with his tattoo. He's not leaving like he wanted to be in WWE anywhere. This was okay. Your thoughts, Bobby?
I think it's good to see MJF back, but I think the problem is now is like nobody knows what to treat him as. Like, is he face? Is he heel? Is he tweener? What? Do you know what I mean? You know, yeah, you know. Like I've been saying this since he started affiliated with fucking Adam Cole. Do you know what I mean? So
leaving the fans confused. Is he heel? Is he face? Who knows? Yeah.
Exactly.
AEW just goes all out. Oh, you've sent me on Facebook, so I'm just giving it a like, so I'll check that out later on.
The ASPW thing, yeah.
But AEW just leaves so AEW just leaves the fans confused. You're like, what's happening? When's Collision? When's Rampage? What's the pre-show called? Who is this guy face? Is this guy heel? Who am I cheering? What's going on? And then expect good ratings. So, Ian, your thoughts on MJF's return?
Back, he was missed. My question is, to wrestle, and people would have Adam Cole feud after 5 months away. Nation Cup, and having.
Yeah, I didn't hear a word of that. Also, we'll very quickly go back to the buy-in 0 hour. Tony Khan comes out and say that might be better, maybe, Ian. But Tony Khan comes out and says the winners at the tournament going to get a title shots at All In. Where have I heard that before? somebody in a tournament getting a title shot later on. Oh yeah, WWE. They so much want to be WWE. It's unreal. Next up for the trios tag team titles. So, oh God, way too many belts. So each member has 3 belts. That's 9 belts.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? 9 belts. Yeah. 9.
It
Just makes them look stupid. But for those trios tag team titles, the Bang Bang Gang took on Death Triangle. This was a botch fest. Bang Bang Gang retained. No shocker. Botch. Your thoughts, Ian, if you're still there?
Turn the camera off there. Second pay-per-view of the year, the Pack has lost in AEW.
Okay.
In AEW.
Thoughts on the match before I get hold of Dive Age, I think, whatever. Go on.
Second pay-per-view Pack has lost this year.
We've heard it for that 3 times you've told us, and I still wasn't interested in the first time. Thoughts on the match?
It was fine. No, it was fine. It was fine. Like, you wouldn't expect it. I didn't expect the Bullet Club Gold to lose it straight away. And we saw the return of fucking, what's his name? Oh. We saw the return of fucking Tommy Storm.
Your thoughts on this one? Who cares? Not The Rock. Who cares? So, Bobby, your thoughts?
I mean, I think that Jay White, his booking in AEW has just been bollocks, if you want my opinion. I don't rate him with the Ass Boys or the Gun Club, whatever they're called. Right? I really don't. Do you know what I mean? And what have you? Jay White's not a tag team wrestler. Do you know what I mean? He's had, all right, he was a part of the Bullet Club, but he was a singles wrestler in the Bullet Club. He's had very little tag team experience. Do you know what I mean? Now he's being thrown into a 6-man tag title thing, holding 2 of them. Do you know what I mean? The Ring of Honor and the AEW trios titles. Where the fuck? Do you know what I mean? You know, and whatever. But
he also wrestled the worst match of the year, Billy Gunn.
Again. Sorry?
He also wrestled the worst match of the year, Billy Gunn.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jay White.
But I think I genuinely don't rate Jay White anymore in AEW. Do you know what I mean? I really don't. Do you know what I mean? You know, which is shit for me to say because I loved Jay White in New Japan. Do you know what I mean? Fucking loved him. But now I think his matches here literally double dog shit. Do you know what I mean? You know, but you know, and this feud that they were in with Death Triangle has gone nowhere. Do you know what I mean? You know, and what have you. But personally, I would have preferred Pac and the Lucha Bros to have gone over. That's just my opinion on the match. I'd have preferred it to have gone the other way. Do you know what I mean?
And Jay seems to be quite a decent heel. So next up, I'm going to be honest, I didn't watch much of this match. The feed was going off. The feed, I watch it on a legal website. I don't pay for the pay-per-view. It's just really not worth it. But the feed just kept going off. So I watched like 2 minutes of this match. And those 2 minutes, I wasn't impressed. For the women's title, Deep challenge Storm, no shock of the retained. And I'm going to be honest, I watched very little of it, so really can't say much. Bobby, your thoughts on this one?
Call me sexist, right? Call me sexist all you want, right? But I skipped through most of the AEW women's related promos and matches because none of them make sense, right? They're all boring as fuck, right? Like excuse my French, but they're all boring as fuck, right? They're all double dog shit, right? You know what I mean? You know, they're again, none of them make sense. None of them, like, they're all put together like that. No planning going into them whatsoever. A lot of the women's matches, like the 6-man match, right, is literally botch. It's literally Botchamania's only fucking content. You know what I mean? You know, and you know, but you know, and yeah. So, I can say the same about the TBS title match, right? Didn't watch some of that either because it's like I don't care. You know what I mean? You know, I really don't. So you know,
you set me up.
It's
all the content,
you know what I mean?
Definitely.
AEW in a nutshell.
Almost gave me an heart attack. I have to lay off the energy drink. I think I need to lay off the energy drinks because I almost had a heart attack there. So Ian, like I said, I watched 2 minutes of this match. It was your thoughts.
The TBS.
What?
Which match are we on? Are we still on the 6-man tag, or which match are we on?
If I watched 2 minutes.
Tony Storm, Tony Storm.
In the day. Yeah.
I was expecting mostly Tony Storm to go over because I don't see her losing that belt until she gets to Wembley. If Jamie Hayter's coming back for that.
I completely forgot that Jamie Hayter actually existed.
There we go. So let's add that as well into the list of where someone will turn up like Jamie Hayter will go, oh yeah, she still works for AEW. Where should be? Who cares?
She's still alive?
You know
what I mean?
Do such a poor job.
She's still injured.
Still is. AEW does such a poor job of everything. Like, right, okay. But we were joking, saying that she's still alive. But she'll turn up whenever. If she comes back, if she goes to WWE, whatever, she'll turn up and go like, oh, she still works here? Wow.
Yeah, isn't it?
On to the next one. So match number 6 on Wikipedia. I'm just looking on Wikipedia, just in a match order. Orange Cassidy, one-on-one with Trent Beretta. How do I Trent winning this? Again, the feed kept going off, so I watched very little of it. It was okay. Trent should have won it, in my opinion. Your thoughts, Ian?
I would have had that match start off the show, and then I would have put Orange Cassidy in a triple threat with Strong and Ospreay, and have him get back the belt instead of giving it to Ospreay, get back the international title.
Okay. And Bobby, your thoughts on Orange Cassidy, Trent Beretta?
Yeah, it hasn't really done much for Trent since the feud began.
Personally, I don't understand why they actually split the best friends up. Do you know what I mean? I'm surprised on how what's his face from Roppongi Vice. Rocky Romero. I'm surprised now he's not had much involvement in it as of yet. Because obviously he's got the thing with, was it Trent? He was Roppongi Vice, or was that?
Yeah, it was Trent.
Yeah. Because they were IWGP tag champs a couple of times, weren't they? But I'm surprised now he's not had any form of involvement with it. But match-wise, Orange Cassidy and Trent, I've seen worse matches. Do you know what I mean? But then again, like, I've seen better as well.
Who are
you
you?
know what I mean? You know.
If you've seen worse matches, who are you?
Bob, I just think
I feel sorry for
you. Just your thoughts on something. I was just thinking about what you. I was just thinking about what you said. I was just thinking about what you said there, Bob, about why you split the Best Friends up. Like, do you think that Best Friends was another group that had a missed opportunity in AEW, similar to say Dark Order?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
The Dark Order, as Jim Cornette calls them, but he was on about the did the Best Friends have a missed opportunity like the Dark Order did? Dark Order did nothing. So
before
Jim
Brody
Cornette
Lee
calls them, if you podcast.
Before Brody Lee came into AEW, the Dark Order was a bunch of nobodies. I originally thought that when Brody Lee actually died, I thought that was when they were going to get some sort of push. Never did. Do you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, everyone just started leaving and dropping like flies. Do you know what I mean? Like, out of nowhere. Do you know what I mean?
Do you listen to Jim Cornette's podcast, Bobby?
I do, yes. The Experience and the Drive-Thru, yeah.
No. Oh. I love Jim Cornette. Love him.
And then they tried to make Dark Order with Hangman,
especially
and
when
that didn't even do much for them.
Again, with the involvement with Adam Page.
Jim Cornette tells the truth. Jim Cornette tells the truth. Very quickly, I want to take a second here. Richard, continue to comment. Were you one of the unlucky people that watched it? What you watched Double or Nothing? And if so, what did you think of it? We're unlucky to watch it. I was very unlucky.
You poor thing.
Well, none of this has been good so far. Just like looking back at it, it's like, I
guarantee you, Uncle Dave would say that it's the best thing to ever have happened in fucking professional wrestling. Bollocks. Do you know what I mean?
Loved it. He loved it.
Look, because he works.
Oh, he loved it.
He play on the AEW hero. So triple threat action. Let me do that properly. Triple threat action for the FTW Championship. Chiyabata, Hawk, Chris Jericho. This was okay. A little bit silly with the dice, but I got it. They're in Las Vegas. Chris Jericho was saying,
how many personas Chris Jericho had in AEW now?
How many what?
How many personas
Chris
Jericho had in AEW now?
Steve had the Ocho, the Lionheart, the Demigod, the Learning Tree, God knows what else.
4.
Nothing's over. You need to continue to reinvent yourself if you're over. How many times? Like, nothing's working.
And
but your thoughts on this match?
Shall we forget that Chris Jericho was the first ever AEW World Champion? Does anyone actually remember that piece of information? Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I remember.
But with this current thing, with the fucking like the Learning Tree bollocks and for the world thing, saying that he's the longest reigning FTW champion. No, he's not. Brian Cage held it for 370 some odd days. Ricky Starks. Speaking of which, where the fuck's Ricky Starks? Now come to think of it, Ricky Starks held it for 300
in hiding
80 some odd days. You know, Hook held it for God knows how long. Do you know what I mean?
Isn't the FTW title actually a title that doesn't really exist? It's not.
It's not officially recognised by any particular promotion. So technically, under
Bob, to answer your
wrestling
question
law, it doesn't exist. So yeah.
To answer your question, Bob,
So
Ricky
Ian,
Stark's in hiding at the moment, waiting for his contract to expire and go to WWE.
Well.
I see that, and then you have the addition of Brian Keith into the picture. He may go
right.
do well in WWE. He has the looks. And
Brian Keith, who?
Anyway, sorry.
Brian
Keith play a part in that match as well. His bounty hunter character. Shibata was the right call.
Triple threat. Your thoughts are?
They'll probably give.
The Shibata, Jericho, and Duda.
Hook. Yeah.
Hook.
Your thoughts, Bobby?
It was a match, wasn't it? Yeah.
Doesn't that say it all when you've got really nothing to say?
I've got nothing to say about this.
So next up, in an eliminator, tongue-tied eliminator match. I never get his name right. I always botch his name. I call him Takashi. His name. Took on John Moxley. I would have had Moxley. Him. I would have had Moxley lose here, definitely. Why not? This was okay, an okay match, but when every match on an AEW pay-per-view card, marathon match, they go on forever, ever and ever and ever and ever. No end in sight. When's the match going to end? Who knows? Then it just ends like that. It's okay. So Ian,
give me 2
your
minutes.
thoughts?
I'll be right back.
Hello, Ian. You there? Talking to myself here. I'm talking into the void here. Ian, your thoughts on this match?
All right, so I'm always gonna. It was fine. You wouldn't expect John Moxley to lose a match like that, like bringing the New Japan, the IWGP title into an AEW pay-per-view, especially with Double or Nothing in a month's time. And plus, he has a match this Sunday against Evil, so he was going to win that one. He's always going to be booked strong in every match.
Okay. In a barbed wire steel cage match, copying WWE, they could have easily gone a different route and done a different steel cage match. They didn't. They copied WWE. They had 2 WWE guys in, and a WWE guy interfered, and he don't want to be WWE. And Edge came out, or Adam Cole came out to the same theme he used at WrestleMania. But no, they don't want to be WWE.
Rain and blood.
So, I just thought this is a WWE ripoff. But Adam Copeland, Malachi Black, TNT title, barbed wire steel cage, garbage. Adam Copeland broke his leg in this match. This was horrible. Marathon match, never ending. Adam Cole retained. Adam Copeland, too many bloody Adams. Adam Copeland, Edge retained. There. Awful. Just awful. He broke his leg. So, Ian, your thoughts?
I enjoyed the nostalgia that came because we saw a bit of a Brood reunion there with Gangrel in the picture. Edge, still just wants to do these matches for fun at the cost of his own match, and he's going to be out for a good while. So now the TNT title has to be forfeited into a ladder match. His own body, his own choice.
Yeah. He broke his leg. Why are you not burying this match? How it was from start to finish awful. A WWE rip-off, trash, garbage. Ugh. But before you went away, Bobby, we were going through the awfulness that was Adam Copeland, the Malachi Black steel cage where Adam broke his bloody leg. Your really quick thoughts here.
Well, all I got from after that match is that Copeland is out for the foreseeable. And they're now trying to build Jack Perry up as the next TNT champion. But match-wise, Edge, right, is one of my favourite wrestlers of all time. Do you know what I mean, right? There's no doubt about that, right? I just think that he's another one that got brought in from WWE, big name from WWE, and got thrown straight into a title picture like that. Do you know what I mean? Just because Christian Cage was TNT champion. Do you know what I mean? You know, I'm not saying don't throw these big name people into title pictures, but it's when it's their first program in AEW, and then literally have them go over straight away. That's when I'm like, well, what the fuck? Do you know what I mean? You know, but it's typical the fact that Albie fucking broke his leg just as they're building up Jack Perry as well, to be a part of the new elite, as they're calling it. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah.
I understand Edge, Adam Copeland coming in to get a title shot. He's a Hall of Famer, one of the greatest of all time. But he went after a mid-card title named after the network they're on. He didn't go after the main title and lose by DQ count out. No, he went after a big title named after the network they're on. That elevates the title, but there's still something for Edge. Speaking of mid-card titles and people winning titles named after the network they're on.
Yeah, exactly.
Another marathon match. Mercedes. No, buried. Will Nightingale stayed in it. Mercedes Moné, your new TBS champion, no sure. And there's no such thing as a triple main event. There's one. That match that goes on last. Whatever it is, that's your main event. No more WWE talk there. Didn't King of the Ring or some whatever it was have 3 main events last year or something. Whatever. Again, no such thing. There's one main event. Yeah, Noka. Ian, really quickly, your thoughts on Sasha Blackwell winning the women's title?
Really good match. Bonus addition of Chris Statlander betraying Will Nightingale.
It wasn't a good match. It was Sasha Banks botched many times during it. You're forgetting Ian's one vital thing here. You can say all you like how good Dynamite, Collision, Rampage matches are good. I don't watch it. I don't know. They could be the best match in the world. Probably not. It's AEW. They could be. These matches I watch. It was a botch fest. Your thoughts?
Mercedes Moné had been in AEW 2 months before she wrestled her first match. Over 2 months, right? And she gets, again, her first match is a title match that she goes over in. You know, she not wrestled, personally, I think that was actually her first match this year, right? As well, right? Bear in mind, 5 months into the year, and she gets her first match of the year. She gets put straight into a title match in a company she's been in for 2 months, over 2 months. Her first match as well, right? And she gets booked to go over. Like, I'm not being, right. I agree that you want to bring in these big names, but put in but literally creating titles just to put on these big names, because that's to me what it feels like, that these titles are already in existence to go on these ex WWE or ex New Japan names. Do you know what I mean? So
my thing is again, they paid her they've reportedly paid her 10 million, and she came in to get a win, a mid-card title named after the network they're on. She didn't go after the women's title and lose by DQ or count out, which she could have done very easily. No, she went after a mid-card title. So how does that make Sasha Banks look important?
Yeah, exactly. All it does is just give the network a bigger name. Do you know what I mean? Just because the title represents the network.
But here's the thing, though. The network may have to offer a bit more. She may look to the network for more money because Becky Lynch is to get a big money offer contract.
I wonder what the network thinks when they're pulling in not even 1 million viewers. They've got to think, what are we doing here?
Considering that they've now got 3 televised shows now as well. Do you know what I mean? Considering that between the 3 of them, they're not averaging 1 million viewers a week between the 3 programs. Do you know what I mean? That's as well as struggling to get 3,000-4,000 people in a 8,000-9,000 seat arena.
Exactly. After 5 years, AEW shouldn't be going down. They should be going up. Look what WWE are doing. Triple H, smaller stage, get more people in. Not less people, more people.
Yeah, because have you noticed that whenever AEW do their camera angles, they never actually show where the hard cam is. Do you know what I mean? They never actually show that side of the arena because that side is always fucking empty. Do you know what I mean? Like it's what people tend to call the tumbleweed area. Do you know what I mean? You know, because there's no fucker there. Do you know what I mean? You know, and it's like you look at when Adam Copeland comes out to do his entrance, right? Like, if you notice that when he runs out on the stage, he only goes to the side that the hard cam's actually facing, right? And he doesn't actually go pointing towards the hard cam. That's only because that there are fans opposite the hard cam and literally next to no one behind the hard cam. Do you know what I mean? So.
So the second event, again, those two things with the second main event here, for the AEW title, Christian Cage challenged Swerve Strickland. Decent match. I didn't think Swerve was going to lose. Again, another marathon match. Was what it was. Swerve retained. Well done. Congratulations. Probably your thoughts.
It was another match on the show. I mean, you know, nothing special. It was literally put up. There was a segment, weren't there, that Christian Cage got announced by the Young Bucks, wasn't it, to be Swerve's opponent, wasn't it? A few weeks back. Swerve was in the ring cutting a promo with Prince Nana next to him, yada yada yada, and then the Bucks came on the camera, being like, "Look, we're going to put you up against like a Canadian, yada yada yada," and that Canadian was Christian Cage. So, but I don't. It was again just another match on the pay-per-view. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't dog shit, but it wasn't Dave Meltzer Tokyo Dome 7-star Kazuchika Okada versus Kenny Omega match at the Tokyo Dome at Dominion in 2018. Do you know what I mean? You know,
it was never going to be that. Ian, your quick thoughts.
It was his first title defense, so he was always going to retain on pay-per-view.
And let's get that show to completely bury the main event. I'll go through the spots that were completely, utterly trash, stupid, dangerous, made zero sense, laughable, clownish, you know. So, in no particular order here. Shoot me. So
I've never been a fan of these.
Perry crashes. Jack Perry, the Jack Perry crashes a truck or whatever it was. You've got Darby Allin who's just been at home resting, not wrestling. He's just been hit by a bus. He should be at home, feet up, relaxing, not in a bloody wrestling match, and not in a match like this.
Yeah.
Jack Perry got set on fire. Tony Khan rolled down the ring. Oh God! Rolled down the ring, and his videos, he rolls down the ring and gets up. You don't see that. But the people filming at ringside because Tony Khan's stupid, and he thinks this is how stupid Tony Khan is. He doesn't get it. He's living in 2024, and everybody films everything on their phones. But he rolls down, gets up and off. Then you had Darby Allin's hanging upside down. Okada's involved in this bullshit. When did Okada become a trashy, hardcore wrestler? I thought he was a serious wrestler, and he's involved in this crap. The Young Bucks are using thumbtacks on the shoes, and none of this was from start to finish crap. Awful garbage, and if anybody liked it, then you just don't like wrestling. Just quit watching wrestling now. It was horrible.
The fact of how this match went 29 minutes 55 seconds, right? And I believe it was the last Anarchy in the Arena, or one of the previous Anarchy in the arenas. Uncle Dave rated it 5 stars. Do you know what I mean? You can't argue Anarchy in the Arena is a proper match. It's not. Do you know what I mean? It's a fucking free-for-all load of bollocks. Do you know what I mean? You know.
Yeah. I will say the mayhem concept is cool. Like anything cool, but that's not always a good thing. So you had the Elite win, no shocker. Time of my life, I'm never getting back.
Yeah.
But I bet you enjoyed this, didn't you? Go on, your thoughts.
It was so getting yourself. You knew what you're going to get yourself into when you watch these. You know what you're going to get yourself into when we get to Anarchy in the Arena at Double or Nothing. So that's all you can really say. You can really say there. But it's not just Okada wrestling these type of matches. Bryan Danielson is choosing to wrestle these types of matches as well.
Including him as well. When did he get involved in these trashy matches? He used to be a serious wrestler, did he not? Like, just this is Okada. Everybody that enters AEW just becomes a mark. Okada.
Yeah, that's your.
Every greatest women's wrestler ever. Nowhere near. Will Ospreay's the greatest wrestler in the world. Nowhere near. Okada's a mark. Brian Daniel, whatever he's called. Bryan Danielson a mark. He's just like, they're all marks. Led by the biggest mark there is. A complete and utter joke who rolled down the ramp and just got up and walked off like spots. None of these spots matter. Just awful. You and that's being generous. So Ian, your rating for it?
I'm going to say bronze for the steel cage match, possibly the 6-man tag and the tag title 6-man tag, and the whole Mercedes versus Nightingale match.
All right, you actually made it. You actually graded it less than I did. Wow. Okay. Bobby, your rating for this absolute mayhem.
Personally, I didn't enjoy it. If you want my honest opinion, I really didn't. Do you know what I mean? So, at best, I would have to say bronze. Do you know what I mean? You know.
I don't think anybody did enjoy it. So, along, we're kind of catching up quickly. So, we'll very quickly zoom through the red brand that is Raw. So, let's get through this. So, lovely Kaiser in the ring. Gunther came out with his crown. Priest cut a promo. Drew McIntyre cut a promo. You're now getting Drew McIntyre, Damien Priest for the world title at the pay-per-view next Saturday. Yeah, cool way to start Raw. Really make this quick. Your thoughts on it, Ian?
Ian.
Silence. Okay, Bobby, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I thought that it was good in general with the Gunther Kaiser bit, and then you had McIntyre coming in to then Priest to then come out and then announce that we're going to be seeing Priest and McIntyre in Glasgow, because that sets up that'll set up for what I hope will be a decent match when Ian's gone. Yeah, so, but yeah, so it was good. Don't get me wrong. Do you know what I mean?
So Ian's just stepped out for them all. Ian's.
He's put something in the chat.
I think Ian's just stepped out again. He's been eliminated for the Rumble. I eliminated
He's just put in the chat.
I eliminated him. Oh, the top rope. He's not going to WrestleMania. Braun Strowman defeated 1, 2, 3 JD McDonough.
That was going Strowman's way anyway. So. Poor Ilya Dragunov can't even get a win because he lost by DQ because Braun Breaker, got involved. Okay, your thoughts? Well, Ilya Dragunov, rewind to a couple of weeks back on Raw. Ilya Dragunov and Ricochet, I thought, put on a really good fucking match. But fast forward to this is last week's Raw. I wasn't a fan of the match thing with this thing with Braun Breaker. If you want my honest opinion, do you know what I mean? You know, like how I think I rated that match for the Star ratings 4.5 stars, right? To this lackluster piece of shit with Braun Breaker, just to end in with no what's the word? No implications for a future fucking thing. Do you know what I mean? You know, but
winner.
Like, there probably will be with fucking Braun Breaker, but at the end of the day, it's not going to build into something that I'm going to want to tune into. Do you know what I mean? So, but yeah, carry on as well.
On the subject of Braun, your thoughts on his new theme music? Your thoughts on his new theme music? I think it's very generic. I didn't even
realise he even had a new theme, to be perfectly honest with you.
Very generic. It's just like some, Ian, really quick. So I'm going to do this in 3 segments. So the opening of Raw with Gunther, Drew, Priest. Then you have Braun Strowman defeat JD Dragunov. Ricochet. Your really quick thoughts on all.
Good segment between the 4 men. Strowman versus McDonough. No surprise who's winning that one there. It's just a warm-up for Strowman to get to Priest, possibly have money in. The Braun Breaker attacking Ricochet off the match was good. I don't think they needed a winner. I say it's set to progress because
AOP are finally becoming winners because they won against the Creed brothers. Cool. There. Ian, for your quick thoughts here.
They won against the Creed on that Raw, and then they tag titled or
so
the Creed brothers to get it when they do.
Internet, Jesus. So, Bobby, your thoughts on the AOP going over the Creed brothers?
I think that they're now trying to build, like WWE, like now trying to build AOP as like that monster tag team. Do you know what I mean? Which is what they tried doing when they were with NXT and WWE first time round, but failed. Do you know what I mean? So now they've got the connection with not Dexter Lemus, what's his face?
Karrion Kross.
Karrion Kross. Yeah. Now they're in the stable with him, Scarlett Bordeaux. Obviously, still managed by Paul Ellering. Thank fuck. I think that they're now being presented as this proper monster tag team, which I think they failed to do last time around. And maybe I think from now they could probably go on to face Awesome Truth to probably be the ones to dethrone them for the World Tag Team titles. Do you know what I mean? So
we shall see, but I need another quick toilet break. Again, seconds. I'll be seconds.
You have a problem with the fucking toilet, don't you?
He's got the runs.
Does he normally take like 30
I don't know,
toilet breaks?
I know, like it's gotten really long. I wasn't here last. I don't defeat Awesome.
Sorry?
Yeah, they're. I don't defeat Awesome Truth.
Yeah,
we know what Awesome is doing.
Like you're cutting out. Like I'm hearing two words and then like blank and then.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just the shit Wi-Fi I have. I don't know. True. Yeah, they're built enough to do. Informed. They haven't. There's no reaction from fans, and we've seen that. We even saw that in France. They need a reaction.
Yeah, like I think that if you want to build up,
kind of like when,
team especially, then you need to like have that connection with the fans. Do you know what I mean? Because if not, then like if you
two options talking through.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it,
because if you're being presented as
continue with.
Yeah, sorry, Karen.
So to continue with Raw, Sheamus cut a promo. I'll just quickly go through this bit. We'll get to the match in a minute. So Sheamus cut a promo. Ludwig Kaiser on the Tron. They brawled. Okay. So in women's action, Lyra Valkyria 1, 2, 3 over Kairi Sane. Actually, I'll do the next match as well. Get your thoughts on both to make this quicker, even quicker. Rey Mysterio, so winning ways against Khalito. So really, your quick thoughts on both of those matches.
Lyra needed a bit of a win after King Queen the ring, so it was the right call there. Rey and Carlito there was not much to build for it. I couldn't have seen Carlito go over, so it was more likely Rey was going to win.
Okay. Your quick thoughts.
Personally, I'm happy that Carlito is once again being portrayed as a heel. I just wish that he would go back to the the Apple gimmick, like he was doing back in the Ruthless Aggression era. Do you know what I mean? And what have you, and actually bring in this persona in with the whole LWO, Legado del Fantasma, and the Judgment Day, malarkey that he's had. Do you know what I mean? You know, because I think that portraying the how was it his old theme song went? I spit in the face of people that don't want to be cool, right? Like, I think that would work against somebody like Rey Mysterio. Do you know what I mean? With the mask, do you know what I mean? You know, and what have you? Do you know what I mean? But yeah. So since Carlito actually turned heel from when he was discovered as someone that actually attacked Dragon Lee, I was happy when he turned heel. I just don't think he's as good of a heel now as what he was, you know, fucking 15 years ago. Do you know what I mean? You know.
I agree with you there, Bob. Very take him away from being a kick or someone that needs protection and let him be his own man.
Yeah, exactly.
And a very quick story, 10 seconds here. I met Carlito twice at PCW, Preston City Wrestling. Not sure if you've heard of that, Bobby.
Yeah.
And of course I asked him, can you spit the apple like me? Wait, I can't do that. Anyway, so I'm going to do the next two matches. Just say the result, and again, get you a quick thought. So, Bronson Reed, not Otis. You got Chad Gable in the ring. So one of the Alpha Academy. Chad was going to whip Otis. Sami Zayn came out. And then your main event in a steel cage match saw Liv Morgan retain her Women's World Championship. Now, of course, the biggest story here was the kiss at the end. For those in America, they didn't watch it because apparently it wasn't on air. They had to watch it later on. But if you're here in the UK, you got to watch it. So I'm just annoyed that wasn't me being kissed by Liv Morgan, but I can't have everything. Ian, your thoughts on those two matches and the kiss?
The cage match was fine, but there wasn't really much reaction from the fans compared to what they got at King and Queen of the Ring. The kiss was done is unexpected now, but it's also what came after it tonight on this week's Raw with Liv and Dom, and just Liv getting really flirty and tempting with Dom. You had Finn Balor on 2 occasions be a professional cock blocker, and even had Liv Morgan save Dom from Braun Strowman. Like, I'm liking where they're going with this whole thing. It's actually got the most views on social media at the moment, this whole thing with Liv and Dom.
Yeah.
So we'll get to this week's Raw very soon here. So your thoughts, Bobby, on Reed beating Otis and the
I
kiss?
think Bronson and Otis, again, that's just tried to work around Chad going into his match against Sammy in Glasgow. You know, but I think that this is helping build whatever the outcome of Chad and Sammy at Clash of the Castle. I think we will see the end of Alpha Academy either way, right? As a result of that, I just think that this is like adding. I think that this match between Bronson Reed and Otis is adding fuel to that fire, if you know what I mean, and what have you. And then the cage match again wasn't shit, wasn't great, you know, and what have you. You know, I think that maybe as and when Rhea comes back from injury, I think that we will potentially see Dominic get given the option to either side with Liv or to stay with the Judgment Day. Do you know what I mean? And what have you. But obviously that's not going to be for another 6 months or however long Rhea's actually going to be out for and whatnot. Or even if Damian Priest gives Dominic the option next Monday or from Clash of the Castle onwards, do you know what I mean? To choose between the Judgment Day and Liv. Do you know what I mean? Personally, I think he'd be better off like siding with Judgment Day rather than Liv. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So.
Yeah, I have a feeling though there could be a segment where Dom is secretly working against Liv for Rhea, and then Rhea comes back and it's all a trap.
Yeah, exactly.
So my rating for last week's Raw was bronze plus. So Ian, quick, your rating.
Bronze for especially in the main event.
Bobby.
I would say bronze plus.
So let's get into the very quickly coming the NXT. Boy, was it a good NXT. You had Ava in the ring. Sexy Red came out. No who she is, but she's popular. WWE popular. She posts about genius business, posting Battleground. Cool. Okay, so let's go to the first match here. The first two matches. Michin beats Tatum Paxley, and Riley Osborne did the job to Ridge Holland. Ian, quick, your thoughts on those two matches?
Michin, good to see back in NXT. Hopefully you can give her the reboot that she had. Like, she was one of the highlights of Black and Gold era NXT. Ridge Holland, no surprise there defeating Riley Osborne, but the only thing is, though, Riley Osborne seems to be going heel, and there seems to be love for Ridge Holland, when Ridge Holland lacks personality.
Okay, and Bobby, your quick thoughts on those two matches?
They were there. Like, Michin, I think, would be like the NXT women's roster. It is a good roster, and I do think that Michin or me and whatever can help electrify that roster. Do you know what I mean? I think her match was star rating wise 2.5 out of 5. I didn't see get around to watching the other one though, as I skipped through that one, and so.
Okay. So you had in tag team match, and the Good Brothers went over in your Adrian Murphy and Malik Blade. They're now going to get a tag shot Battleground. Cool. Bobby, your thoughts?
I've got nothing against them going on to Battleground for a title shot. I think match quality good. I'd probably say 3.25 out of 5, which is a generous rating. But just roll on to Battleground to see the outcome of everything. Do you know what I mean? So.
Ian, quickly, your thoughts on this tag team match?
I have no problem with Gallows and Anderson getting the shot. So if they're WWE, so if there's last run, let it be on NXT.
It was in women's, and he got big. Sexy Red was big. Well, she's big in America. I don't know who she is, but it started off big. Roxanne Perez came out. Ava did, and then Jordynne Grace.
I popped like a motherfucker.
That was a massive surprise.
And how great did they make Grace and TNA in one? They had no problem in there. They had no problem putting over Jordynne Grace at all. Because AEW never does this. They never put over New Japan talent. Thick. We're getting TNA versus WWE. Jordynne Grace is going after the
Jordynne Grace was
title. Wow.
Did you see what Grace was wearing? Like on the back of her top, it had.
No, that was this week, but this is last week. Yeah. This is 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
So
I saw that. Yeah.
TNA. Yeah.
I enjoyed it very much. Like this relationship with TNA and all, like who, like, because there is a lot of people buzzing about who could go where. Like everyone is buzzing the idea that Moose is interested in coming over. Here's a question as well: do you bring back certain people that some people have talked about maybe coming back for it? Is Mustafa Ali, who was released last year? He's now has talked the idea of working a match on TNA.
you could. Mustafa as the X Division champion.
This does nothing.
But you know,
and this does nothing but good. It does good for TNA. It's the unthinkable of you saw it, a TNA superstar in a WWE ring.
Yeah, exactly.
And another thing about it as well is that, like, if it goes down well, you have to listen. These TNA people can say to themselves, if this could work here, what if I was to go from TNA and just work on WWE? Because it opens a door for them if they want to go there after a contract with TNA expires. It opens the door.
Yeah,
this does nothing but good for both WWE and TNA. Good all the way. So finishing up NXT here. I think I've lost some of my notes. Oh dear. What happened after that? What happened after oh dear.
Hang on. Let me get my notes up. Hang on. Excuse me.
We've got a match for the North American Women's North American Championship, which is Lash Legend versus Kalani Jordynne versus Judea Parker versus Meechin versus Fallon Henley versus Sol Ruka. Cool. So in tag team action, it was Trick Williams and Javon Evans on the winning side against Gallus. Javon Evans won with the champion. Fantastic.
Ethan Page also
before we get to the big debut. Just jump ahead.
Okay, well, the Ethan Page debut, like, it was done to perfection. Like, we did not see this coming out.
The main event. Right. I know you. Right. The main event.
First, the main event. Okay,
Javon Evans defeating Gallus.
Javon Evans is really stepping up on NXT. He's definitely someone that's got big things coming from the future on that brand. And he's only 22.
Yeah, 20, and a winning. He was with the champion and won.
I know. Wow. We obviously do see big things in him.
So your thought?
Which match was this? Sorry.
Your thoughts on that match, Bobby? Trick Williams and Javon Evans taking on Gallus.
Oh yeah,
Gallus taking on Trick and Javon.
Yeah, it was all right. Do you know what I mean? You know, I'm a big fan of Trick Williams, like as well as the Gallus tag team. You know, I think they're fucking superb. Do you know what I mean? And I think they do work very well together. Yeah, so like all in all, again, wasn't a diabolical match. Do you know what I mean? So yeah.
Then of course we have the big debut of the guy that Ian thinks is in WWE because of code, nothing to do with money or how he booked. It's all to do because of Cody. Cody's God. No, it's because of money. But Ethan Page debuted straight into this. Nothing to do with Cody. Nothing to do with Cody. If Ethan Page wasn't being paid, he wouldn't be there. So it's got nothing to do with Cody. It's all to do with money. Straight into this attacks Trick Williams. What a debut. So yeah,
okay,
your thoughts on this, guys?
To separate all the Cody stuff, it was done well to perfection. Like we knew, like he was released from his contract with AEW a couple of weeks ago, and then there was talk he'd go on the independent scene. He was cited by WWE beforehand after he was released from TNA, and then he just chose to go to AEW, which didn't really work out well for him. So now, when he's on NXT, like he suits everything that WWE wants. He has the charisma of people like The Rock, like Shawn Michaels. So he should go far. One thing about the TNA, about WWE now working with TNA, do we see Ethan Page reunite with Josh Alexander for the North?
That's if Josh Alexander comes over to NXT. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like there's nothing to say that the only sort of talent exchange they're doing with TNA is just going to be Jordynne Grace. Do you know what I mean? It would be stupid if it was just Jordynne Grace that they'd be talent exchanging. Do you know what I mean? Because you look at the people that are on the TNA roster, you look at the people that are on the NXT roster, and you look at people that are on the WWE main roster, like Raw and SmackDown. The amount of history that both TNA roster members and NXT and WWE roster members have together, do you know what I mean? Like it would make sense to have the North. Get back together. It would make sense for the Rascals to get back together. Do you know what I mean?
Those do they bring back Nash Caster after everything that happened? Like, yeah, the fact is his fiance is over in NXT, but there's rumors that she's been released because her feud with
who's Nash? Okay, right. Whoa. Who's Nash Caster? Who's that?
That's from MSK with Wesley.
Who's Nash Caster? Which company did he wrestle for?
He was wrestling with Wesley and MSK.
Not Nash Caster. You're awful with names. You are. Not Nash. No. Not Nash Caster. Not Nash Caster. Wrong. I suppose if it's not Cody, they don't matter, do they? It doesn't matter about the name. It's just Nash Caster. If that's his name, that's his name. Who cares? It's not Cody, is it?
Zachary
Who cares what the name is?
Zachary. Zachary was his first name.
Zachary
Wentz. But what was it?
Zachary Quinn.
Was it not got the Nash Carter in WWE?
He was Nash Carter in. Zachary Quinn is his TNA name.
WWE, wasn't he? What was he called? I forget.
Nash Carter in NXT. People think that he could come back, but then again, people will still remember all those Nazi salutes. And then people could just think he could come back because his fiance is Gigi Dolan, but she's rumored to have been released.
None of this is about the Rock or Reigns, so let's just do the rating.
We're still doing TNA.
Good NXT, gold, really good NXT, fantastic NXT, gold, definitely. Your rating, Bobby?
I'd say silver plus, personally.
Ian, your rating?
I'm going to say gold for the appearance of Ethan Page. Definitely had that. Did not see that coming. Done well to perfection.
Because he links to Cody. Okay. Well, I'm getting it. I'm going back to him, hasn't it? Everything.
But there is
nothing to do with being paid. He'd still be there because Cody Rhodes is there.
But there is a few people who have left and they have a connection with Cody. I mean,
he's there because of money. It's a job. Fuck all to do with Cody being there. They're there for that. They're not going to do it for free. If we can go, oh, Ethan Page, we're not going to pay you. Cody Rhodes is here. Oh, let's get to NXT then.
We wouldn't expect them.
No, they're not marks. They're not marks like AEW. Like in AEW, they might do that because they're marks, but not in WWE.
Well, I do expect them to get paid as well, but if their friend is in a top position, go for it yourself.
They do this. Look, Right then, and that's the only reason they're there. That's the only reason they're there. The only reason. Money. That's it. Wrestling is a business to make money.
Money.
Loving Kaiser took a loss to Tommaso Ciampa on speed. Okay, let's get to
money.
Let's get to the Dynamite that Bobby did watch. I call you Bobby Lashley then. Do you want me to call Bobby Lashley?
Howdy. It was a good show, good matches.
So the Dynamite you did watch,
yeah.
So I'm going to just go through the matches and then get your thoughts. So I'm just going to go through the results. 4 matches. So Troy Strickland over Kill Switch. John Moxley, the same. Rocky Romero, Sky Blue took the L to Mercedes Moné, and Will Ospreay won a gauntlet match, get the title shot at Forbidden Door. This was all okay. Bobby, your thoughts?
So the Kill Switch Swerve Strickland match ended well. Obviously, Swerve Strickland went over. Just after the match, we saw Swerve Strickland cut the ponytail of Kill Switch, which I thought was good. And then, I've got the notes for it. This show on my phone, which I'm using to record. But I think I'd give it a 3.25 star. So not a diabolical match. Do you know what I mean? You know, but like for what it was worth, like it went probably 6-7 minutes. You know, and what have you. So yeah, like it was a decent match. Do you know what I mean? But ended with the cut Kill Switch's hair to prolong the whole Christian Cage and Swerve Strickland sort of feud, and with the Christian Cage dynasty or whatever the fuck they're called. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what he's saying. It was just a match there, just to close the door.
And the rest, John Moxley defeating Rocky Romero, Mercedes Moné defeated Sky Blue, and Will Ospreay defeat and winning the gold match.
So the John Moxley the John Moxley Rocky Romero match, everyone knew that John was going over. You know, it was it wasn't a eliminator match, was it? For the IWGP title. Yeah, and I think I'd give that a 3-star one. But John had the upper hand for the most part of the match. You know, going into the match between Sky Blue, Mercedes Moné for the TBS title, I originally thought that, because going into the match, we saw a promo of Mercedes Moné saying that, you know, I think it was earlier on, it was earlier on in the show, we saw a promo of Mercedes Moné saying that she thanks everyone for, you know, seeing her through, coming into AEW, winning the TBS title. We then saw what's his face with Chris Statlander, the manager bloke, I can never remember his name for the life of me, come out and then say that they've called it
Stokely Hathaway.
Stokely Hathaway, that was it. Stokely Hathaway and Chris Statlander came down, calling out Willow Nightingale.
Malcolm Bivens in WWE, whichever you want to call it.
That was it, yeah. Which then they then said that she's going to be that Mercedes is going to be wrestling later on against Sky Blue. This match with Sky Blue then happened. I originally thought during this promo of Mercedes Moné that she's going to hold it for a couple of months, not wrestle at all, or wrestle in TBS title eliminator matches. Do you know what I mean? So not proper defenses. Do you know what I mean? which, you know, fucking Tony Khan's obsessed with booking them, innit? Do you know what I mean? You know, but yeah, but she actually defended the title literally on the first show after winning it, which makes a change. Do you know what I mean? Like for AEW programming, and yeah, I can't remember for the life of me what star rating I gave it, but I remember it was a short match. You know, it wasn't a squash match, but it was one of those matches that had no meaning to it, like story-wise for the actual match. Do you know what I mean? And what have you. Obviously, Mercedes Moné went over like a piece of piss. I mean, come on, like, why wouldn't Tony Khan want to put Mercedes Moné over? Do you know what I mean? You know, yeah, and then moving on to the main event, we saw how many people were in that match? 8 people. You had Shota Umino from New Japan and a couple of CMLL guys.
Don't care. It wasn't The Rock, so
yeah. From AEW, I think you had Claudio, you had Will, you had who else was in it? You had Orange Cassidy, you had Jay White.
Just your thoughts on Will Ospreay winning it.
Will Ospreay winning it. Like, does he need another title at the moment? Do you know what I mean? You know, he's got the international title that he literally just won, like 3-4 days before, and he's now being booked to be the #1 contender for the world title at Forbidden Door. Do you know what I mean? Which, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought that Forbidden Door was meant to have been AEW versus New Japan, not AEW versus AEW. No?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you're having
yeah. So your rating quickly on that show from bronze.
I'd probably say bronze plus, because I ain't gonna lie, I didn't thoroughly enjoy any of the matches. I thought also the promos were better.
All that make it very quick. Just it's not okay. Ian, really quick, a minute or two, a minute of the most on each match and rating.
This is Romero. Moxley winning there. Sky Blue. Good match, but not for title straight away. Then, as far as the main event goes, first out Leo Rush. It was
don't go through who's good. I don't mean wrong. Stop right there. Winner. To the winner. Thoughts on the winner.
Ospreay was predictable enough out of all the 8 men in there, but it is a bit too soon for him to go for the match unless you're having him take the title into Wembley.
And for us who was in it, I couldn't care. It wasn't Rock, it wasn't Reigns. Don't care. Your rating for it?
I'm going to say bronze.
Okay, so we'll do it a little bit different. We'll go to Rampage and Collision first this time. No, Rampage first. So again, really quickly, I was the one to a minute at the most. Anything, just that's it, done. Penta El Zero did the job to Takeshita again and botched his name. Peter Avalon is still there. I didn't know. Lost to Satman Singh. Off the Indies. Lost to Tony Storm. Jordan Cruz again, I presume Indies. Got beat by Kyle O'Reilly. And Ray Phoenix, okay. Bronze.
Rampage is literally the indie show in it. Do you know what I mean? Which baffles me. But like, if anyone could rate it any more than a bronze, then I would be surprised. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, it's just a few matches just put in there. Like,
fair enough.
You're not going to watch it after.
We'll just leave it at that then, Ian.
I didn't really watch Rampage. I haven't watched it in a while because, like, you watch SmackDown and then you're too tired to watch it after. So, bronze mostly.
So we'll get to the straw that lays a SmackDown. That is, of course, SmackDown itself. So again, this is last, Nick Aldis and Ajax came out. Then Bayley did. Piper Niven attacked. I think it's been made. Piper Niven, Nia Jax at Clash. So, yeah, that was okay. Austin Theory that got distracted by his tag team partner, saying Tommaso Ciampa could beat him. It just made no sense. But okay. So, Ian, your thoughts on Ciampa winning and the opening segment?
For Bayley, for Nia Jax, it's just basically a build for a start for a build to her match with Bayley at SummerSlam, and then just to keep Piper Niven more momentum going into her match for Clash of the Castle. With the first match between Ciampa and Theory, you're starting to plant a few little seeds for a potential split between Waller and Theory. Do I think DIY win the title straight away? No, probably let them hold on for a couple of months and then get them back, and then just get them back there. So I'm just going to say bronze on that match. It's good to see DIY still get that push. They may not win it straight away. They've got Gargano versus Waller next week. Will they be as good as their match in NXT in 2020 NXT last year? I don't think so. No.
Yeah, like I wouldn't mind seeing DIY.
Bobby, your thoughts?
No, like I wouldn't mind seeing DIY actually get into a legitimate title picture. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't have put Theory and what's his face on titles, Grayson Waller, because I can't stand the pair of them now. Yeah, I think in general that match I'd probably say bronze plus. So, which is nah.
So Apollo Crews, he actually now seems to be doing something with talented Crews, but zero personality. They've done really nothing with him. His biggest win was WrestleMania 37. He lost to Andrade. Okay, so we'll get to that match and the following segment that was Kevin Owens in the ring. Paul Heyman came out. So, Bobby, your thoughts on the match and the following segment?
Well, it was literally just a squash match for Andrade, wasn't it? Like, let's be real. Do you know what I mean? It's like how they did Cedric Alexander a few weeks back. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I'd probably say, like, Apollo Crews has never really had much of a personality since he's been on main roster first time round, and then like the whole like Titus Worldwide bull crap, and then the Kevin Owens, Paul Heyman segment. I've not actually seen that, so I can't comment on that one. So, yeah, I'd say Andrade versus.
It was a decent segment.
Apollo. Yeah, sorry, go on.
And breaking news, I don't know how Wrestling Wave, I've never heard on Facebook, so this really could well be all made up. But the greatest news ever, your tribal chief returns next month in time for SummerSlam. We will take on Solo Sikoa. Both Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman will be faces going forward. Again, I don't know how reliable that is. I've never heard of Wrestling Wave, so take it or leave it.
That was confirmed weeks ago from this night before they got it, so they're a bit late to the party.
So your tribal chief, Roman Reigns, is back next month. Thank God. SmackDown's going to get better. So speaking of your tribal chief, the Bloodline, they went over Street Profit, Pab and Niven, and Chelsea Green. They've had a good push since going to SmackDown. They won against Bayley and Naomi. So I'll go to Bobby first for the matches.
They were all right. The Bayley thing, yeah. I didn't really pay much attention to either of these. But yeah, I'd probably say both of them. I'd probably say bronze plus each. Do you know what I mean?
And Ian, your thoughts on both of men's and women's tag team action? Your thoughts?
First, you didn't ask my thoughts on the other two segments before that. First off, Apollo Crews on Friday.
Your thoughts on Owens Heyman thing then, quickly.
Yeah, we've seen what Heyman and Owens are do together. They are good at it. The tag match was fine. You needed Gorilla's Destiny to get a win somewhere. I just want to know, will they turn the Street Profits heel when Bobby Lashley gets back? Because he is missed. The tag match was fine. With Piper Nevin getting a push, I want to see Chelsea Green get a push because we know what she's good at, as she's good at doing as well, being in character and just being on her own because she's funny and just still good in the ring.
And to close out the SmackDown, AJ Styles came out. Fake was coming. If anybody didn't, stupid. Cody Rhodes came out. AJ Styles attacked him as soon as he continues to raise his hand. I thought, yeah, in here, clothesline. That's it. You're getting a match at Clash. Cody's gonna win. Yeah, boring. Bobby, your thoughts?
I didn't really catch too much of this bit, but with the Bloodline, all I want to say in general when it comes to the Bloodline is that I hope Jacob Fatu comes in at some point. Do you know what I mean? With this Roman Reigns segment coming up that we're meant to be seeing, right? I just hope that indicates that we're going to be seeing Jacob Fatu. Do you know what I mean? This segment I couldn't give a rat's ass about. I just hope that for future reference, this Roman Reigns thing that we're meant to be getting in a month's time, I just hope that indicates Jacob Fatu, who's been rumoured for months now. Do you know what I mean? You know, yeah.
And Ian, quickly, your thoughts on this final segment on SmackDown last week?
With Cody and AJ. Well, for one, everyone's going to say it's a rip-off of what happened with Mark Henry, and they're probably right. Yeah. But the only difference is AJ was capable of doing more, where it only took Mark Henry one slam to destroy Cena. And yeah, AJ hasn't won a lot of matches in a while, but you also then, if you're putting him back into this, you need to remember what he is capable of as a heel, because when he's a heel, he's very good, he's very aggressive. So if they're going down with this match, whether it's a Clash or Money in the Bank, you need to add a stipulation to it. And do more build towards it.
Match Styles won. To make this a big match, some of the last big match Styles won. Well, it was
add a stipulation to it as well. Like I'd say I quit or last man standing to it.
So just completely ignore what I said. The last big match Styles
you said if you
won.
If the last big match Styles won. Oh. I would say you could probably say the tag title match, or you could also say
37 years.
You could say that, or if you didn't say that now, what about Mania 25 with Randy Orton?
He's won nothing in 3 years. So he's won nothing in 3 years. So how's it a big win for Cody? It isn't. Let's move on.
What I said was, build Styles up and maybe do the match at Money in the Bank and not Clash the Castle. That's all I said.
When a match is to beat him, everybody beats Styles. boring. So for SmackDown, Silver Mine, your rating, Ian?
Bronze minus.
Bronze plus, personally.
And Bobby?
Bronze plus.
Okay, so quickly level up. I don't need to get your ratings. Okay. For level up, I'll just go through the matches and then we're going to move straight on to something else, onto Rampage, I think it might be. I don't know. No, Collision. So, Ray Connors defeated Cutler James. Got a win, building a bit of momentum heading into NXT as he knocked off Kendall Gray. And he took team actually no quarter catch crew won against Tyson DuPont, Tariq Igwe, I'll say Silver. So let's move quickly on to Rampage. Quickly. So this is last week's Rampage. We're almost done here for the wrestling roundup. So again, I'll just run through. Just need really quick thoughts and rating. So Leo Rush made his wasn't the NXT. AEW wasn't a triumphant one as he took a loss to Roderick Strong. The Workhorse, whoever they are, lost to Shia Garcia. Thunder Rosa beat Rien. Again, I'm presuming Indies. Gates of Agony defeated Danny Rose, Ricky KM, who continues to lose, lost again against Claudio Castagnoli. Shane Taylor, Liam Moriarty, they're on the up against West Coast Wrecking Crew, and Will Ospreay, yes. Kyle O'Reilly, no. So I'll say, bronze. Ian, quick thoughts and rating.
Bronze, but how does a show like that get 122 in the ratings?
Exactly. You just beat me to
It does make you think, all right. It does make you think. It does make you think.
Bobby, you're really...
I'd probably say bronze minus for that. For that, dog shite fucking spectacle. So
122 in the rating. Says it all, doesn't it? So 2 shows left, and thank God they're WWE, not AEW. Not them in AEW mark. Just what I say every single time. If he doesn't complain, I wouldn't. So then Morgan come out, cut a promo. Finn Balor came out to intervene. Ian said this about this earlier. I'll just say, how did you resist Liv Morgan? Ludwig Kaiser, good match against Sheamus, and he came up Trump's against Ian. Really quick on the Omni segment and
I just love what Tom and Liv are doing. I just new character. It's really starting to turn her into a star. The views on some like to see what this goes.
And Sheamus and Ludwig.
A lot of people got from Vinci because they didn't think he'd get much going for him, but then it seems there is a plan for him. Plus, he is a good talker. So let's see what just.
Okay, Bobby, your thoughts on?
Well, I only actually got round to seeing the opening 2 bits. So the Liv Morgan segment and the Sheamus Kaiser match was the only sort of bits that I actually got to see on this week's Raw as of the time of recording. But I think the promo that again ignites the fire for a potential sort of bloodline civil war thing with Dominic Mysterio. The match between Kaiser and Sheamus, I think, was, again, a great one. Sheamus was somewhat injured going into it and what have you. So I thought that gave it like the extra oomph to be like, yeah, this is good sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? And I think I gave that one 4 out of 5 Salah stars. And yeah, so.
So before going any further, you know the ratings on, not the ratings, the results for Raw, yes? I'm not spoiling anything here.
No. Yeah, you're not spoiling anything, no.
Do you know the results?
Yes, yeah.
You don't?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Balor knocked off Dragon. Okay, so Finn Balor knocked off Dragon. Finn Balor knocked off Dragon Lee. Okay, Dragon Lee hasn't won a big match in a while. Cool. It was a win for Finn Balor. Sami Zayn came out. Maxine did. Attacked Sami. Cool. So just purely based off results again. Your thoughts, Bobby?
Excuse me, fucking hell. Yeah, like again, Dragon Lee, Finn Balor, like I think this portrays a bit extra for the what fucking call it? Carlito somewhat being involved with the Judgment Day, sort of like is that still a thing? Do you know what I mean? You know, but because of obviously the whole thing that happened with Dragon Lee, Carlito, LWO, Judgment Day, palaver. Do you know what I mean? Like, judging by the sounds of it, it was a meh sort of match. Do you know what I mean? Like you're not gonna expect a wow sort of match with Finn Balor, Dragon Lee on an episode of Raw. Do you know what I mean? You know, but yeah. So,
and there's Sami Zayn thing.
What did Sami Zayn do?
He tried to convince to save the Alpha Academy.
Ian, no one can hear you. Sorry, I'm being heel. Sorry, I apologise. Sorry. Sami Zayn came out, cut a promo. Maxine and said, "We've got a message from," which made me so laugh so much. She had this piece of paper like this big, and read out a promo, and basically said, "Cody, Chad Gable's here." He then suits Gable, then Otis did the one slam on him. So
I think that does that even deserve a rating? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know.
Ian, thoughts on Finn Balor winning the segments?
Balor versus Dragon Lee winning because Balor apparently lost 29 matches this year and needs one win at least, or they decide to do a Grease leading up to it. As far as the Sami Zayn stuff goes, like, this is dumb. I'm loving the way, like, it's just torn between two lovers between Sami and Chad and just doesn't know what to do until he decides to leading into crap. So we all look forward to Zayn notice next week.
So Braun Breaker through Ricochet, no shocker. Anna James making a Raw debut. Check main event results. I'm probably in the minority there. For those that check the main event results, this is the rematch for the main event. Kiana James knocked off Natalya. Yeah, Kiana James. Cool. Ian, your thoughts on those two matches?
Braun is starting to really impress people. I'm just loving what he's doing at the moment now with this more monster Brock Lesnar type character. I'm looking forward to seeing if they do a triple threat with him, Ricochet, and Ilya. As far as Kiana James and Natalya goes, their crowd was dead apparently during the match. But the thing I took from it the most was when Natalya said, "Enough is enough, and it's time for a change." Right beside Sonya Deville, do we see her joining their little faction with her, Shayna, and Zoe Stark. Just wait and see.
That wouldn't be a bad shout.
And of course, this would be way before your time, Bobby, but it's the famous the nothing enough time for a change. Owen Hart said so. Very interesting. I'm just going to say very interesting.
But have you heard as well that Natalia's contract is set to expire? And when she quoted that,
so your thoughts on?
So I mean, like, I wouldn't again.
So your thoughts on those two matches: Bron Breakker beating Ricochet and Kiana James beating Natalya.
With Bron Breakker, I'm a bit annoyed that obviously Brock Lesnar's not in WWE at the moment, obviously because of what was published with him and apparently being involved in the scandal and what have you.
Move on from.
I wouldn't have minded seeing Braun versus Brock at some point. Do you know what I mean? But I think the match, the Judgment Sound things that Braun had the other night at Raw didn't sound like a crap one. Do you know what I mean? And when it comes to Natalya versus Thingy, I again wouldn't be against seeing her in the faction with Zoe Stark, Sonya Deville, and Thingy. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, so.
Shayna Baszler.
Shayna, yeah.
Bron Breakker's fate tan is Jesus. His fate tan needs controlling. So again, I'll do it as two.
And she said that quote from Owen Hart as we lead into the Owen Hart Memorial Invitational. For that.
Again, if Natalya go, no. If Natalya goes to NXT, she'd lost in the shuffle in a month. Anyway, again, I'll do two matches. So, wherever she'll be lost within a month. To be used in a month and nothing. So Braun Strowman defeated Carlito. The Judgment Day beat down Braun Strowman. This is where you saw Ellie Morgan trying to save Dominic. Jey Uso came out to cut a promo. And yeah, that's it so far. Your thoughts on that, Ian? So the promo and Braun beating Carlito.
Braun beating Carlito, just more another stepping stone to get to Damian. The beatdown, you need working together because there's been a lot of dissension within the group. Finn Balor became the cock blocker in the whole thing as Liv begins to take over Judgment Day.
And on that,
Braun Carlito, obviously Braun going over again, not a bad thing. But with the Judgment Day, I wouldn't mind seeing Damian Priest being the official, as Ian said, being like the cock blocker to it. Do you know what I mean? But I wouldn't mind seeing Damian as the legitimate leader for the Judgment Day once Rhea comes back. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, all in all, they sounded, both segments sounded all right. Do you know what I mean?
And the Juice promo basically was saying he's going to be Money in the Bank. Now, I thought we're going to get the White of Six here because I don't know if you follow the codes, Bobby. I don't know if you bother with them. I don't. I just look on what people have posted on Facebook, and it said, "See you tonight." Somebody thought, "Oh, they're debuting tonight." They didn't. AOP also on winning ways against the New Day for the tag team titles. Shayna Baszler, Zoe Stark challenged Jade Cargill, Bianca Belair. The champions retained by DQ, but I think it's a triple threat at Clash next week. Ian, your quick thoughts on AOP winning and the women's title match?
Big win for AOP while New Day continue to be stuck in carrying Cross's mid-card whirlpool. But let's see, are they the ones to beat Awesome Truth? We'll just have to wait and see. I don't think they are. The women's tag title match. Now, you add in Alba Fire and Isla Dawn in there. Yeah, that's probably going to be opening Clash of Castle. But this is probably going to be start a little build for this new women's faction of Shayna, Zoe, Sonya, and Nash. And then, what was the other match?
AOP New Day, wasn't it?
I just hope that their push continues. I hope it's not just WWE's. I just hope it's not WWE's got a pay-per-view in Scotland. Let's use Alba Fire and Isla Dawn, and then after that, nothing. I hope that their push continues.
Yeah, you want to,
and maybe with Triple H it will, but.
I want to see that, yeah, because I do like Bianca and Jade as a tag team. One thing I didn't get to cover the King and Queen Ring review is that I do like Bianca and Jade as a tag team. They're definitely one of the better ones up there with the Kabuki Warriors and Boston Hug.
So Bobby, your thoughts on AOP knocking off New Day and the chaos?
To what I was saying earlier about AOP.
The chaos that was...
Yeah, sorry. So going into what I was saying earlier about AOP being this, monstrous tag team, New Day, success-wise, one of the greatest tag teams over the past 15 years, so to knock off like a tag team with so many tag title reigns under that, faction, I think that should solidify AOP to become the next big thing in WWE tag team, on the Raw tag team division, and then with Belair and Cargill retaining against Zoe Stark and Shayna Baszler. That it was going to be a retain anyways. Do you know what I mean?
They won by DQ.
They weren't going to get knocked off that quickly.
They retained by DQ, so
yeah, innit. They weren't going to get knocked off like
that. To finish up Raw, your WWE, and to finish up Raw, your WWE Hall of Famer. There we go. I've got my own Hall of Fame ring. Nice. Your WWE Hall of Famer, Rey Mysterio, did the job to Damian Priest. Drew McIntyre came out, got planted through the announce table, started the head Raw. Cool. Did nothing for anybody. Priest beat a Hall of Famer, whoopie-doo. Bronze plus for Raw. Ian, your quick thoughts.
I'm going to say bronze as well. Damian Priest Mysterio was good. I want to see Damian Priest just focus on his own thing with Drew and not get involved in the Dom Liv story. Let them handle that one. Let Damian do his own thing.
I personally think that it gives Ray and Damian that extra
Bobby, your
match,
thoughts on...
and then I personally think that it gives Ray and Damian that extra match, gives Drew that extra bit of screen time before Clash of the Castle next week, and what have you. Do you know what I mean? But in general, it was a meh sort of way to end the night. But I think in general, for an overall rating for this week's Raw, I'd probably say a bronze plus. I'd say.
I suppose if you didn't see the matches, then it's hard to say, really, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So my phone's nearly dead when I'm on charge, so let's quickly get through NXT so you can put my phone on. I can play an ad and put my phone. In fact, I'll do that now. You can talk amongst yourselves and get my charger. Give me a second.
I've personally not actually seen NXT this week yet. So yeah, anything that happened last night at NXT, I know fuck all about. So yeah.
Most of the thing we had Jordynne Grace's debut. Jordynne Grace made her debut.
Oh, she wrestled, did she? Fair enough.
She made an appearance at it. Yeah, she made an appearance at it. And we also had a contract signed between Ethan Page and Trick Williams for a match at NXT Battleground.
Nice, fair enough. Yeah, like, I was planning on doing it earlier, but got sidetracked with work and all that. You know what I mean? But yeah, so like, I was going to finish watching this week's Raw as well, but again, didn't have time to before we came live, and yeah, so. But yeah, fucking hell, it's 5 minutes.
That's your podcast show, by the way.
Yeah, innit? So, right. We've been live for nearly 4 hours.
I know, geez. I know, bloody hell, this is like the flipping. This is like flipping. What's a very long movie at the moment?
Yeah. I suppose, like, when you're talking about, like, there's 3, you're talking about, like, 2.5 weeks worth of wrestling. You know what I mean? You know, like, it will sort of prolong on to.
It's like doing it like doing an extended edition Lord of the Rings marathon.
Oh, Christ.
So NXT, the show that was for 24 hours ago. Again, another stacked, fantastic NXT. So
I've not seen it.
A TNA superstar competing in a WWE. Okay, do you know the results or don't?
Ian was just saying that Jordynne Grace made her in-ring debut. And then there was a contract signing between Ethan Page and, was it Trick Williams?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
yeah, but
we also had a
apart from that,
between overcoming the.
You also had The Rock and John Cena on there. Not really. You had The Rock and John Cena.
Did you?
Not really.
Totally.
The Rock would never lower. Well, I was just going to say The Rock wouldn't lower himself going to NXT, but surely he would want to help out NXT. So anyway, so yeah, Jordynne Grace beat Stevie Turner. I just hope that something is done with Stevie Turner after this. This is not just it. It looks like it's something going to be done with her. So, Ian, your quick thoughts on this?
It was good to give Grace a bit of a warm-up, a build going into Battle. Try to take her out. Doesn't work her way. Jordynne Grace shows her strength. That's it, really.
It was a championship summit, whatever one of they are. So you have Booker T, Fallon Henley, Meechin, Kalana Jordan, Lash Legend, Sol Ruka, and Judea Parker in the ring. They all spoke. They brawled. The most interesting part of this, Robert Stone looks like he has a new role. They're doing something with Robert Stone. Cool. Ian, your thoughts?
It's good they're doing something with Robert Stone. You can't always have Ava out. You want someone for Ava when she can't always be there.
So,
like Teddy
Bobby, your thoughts on Jordynne Price, Jordynne Grace, and the summit, the championship summit?
Well, like maybe with Jordynne Grace, like this is probably going to assert her sort of level of dominance going into Battleground, and then the championship summit. Again, Robert Stone sounded a bit, you know, in his element, if you know what I mean, or sort of, do you know what I mean? But yeah, like they sounded all right, do you know what I mean? Like they didn't sound shit, do you know what I mean? So, you know, like it's like the least that you can expect for it, sort of thing, do you know what I mean? So,
the women then brawled. Okay. Jasmine Nix in singles fresh action knocked off Thea Hale, not Ivy Nile. Wrong brand, wrong show. Thea Hale. Earlier today, when NXT on, it said earlier today. So not today, earlier yesterday. The club, so the Good Brothers and Nathan Fraser and Axiom brawled at the much truck partner match. Your thoughts on that and Jasmine Nix winning? Yeah, Bobby.
Jasmine winning. Again, like I don't really follow too much NXT, like in all fairness, but I think that Jasmine Nix sort of picking up the victory. Maybe this can potentially prolong her in to maybe come the end of the year to pick up a title match against whoever the champion may be, or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So, does that make any sort of sense?
Okay. Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Jasmine Grace wins.
Ian, your thoughts on the match brawl that happened in the merch truck?
Jasmine
Nix.
Jasmine Nix. Stacey Jane is going to be.
We're all getting mixed up here in names. Jasmine Nix.
Winning there. It's still for Chase U because we saw Riley Osborne strike Thea Hale. We also saw her from Chase. All was fine, very old school. On Sunday.
So at Battleground we're getting, and I'm just going to announce a match. Nathan Fraser, Axiom taking on the Good Brothers for the tag team titles. Cool. Sean Spears and Javon Evans, they fought. Cool. And Tony D'Angelo retained his cup against Damon Kemp. Again, cool. Ian, your quick thoughts on the brawl and the match.
I already covered the brawl. Oh yeah, Javon Evans just still showing strong.
Javon Evans and Sean Spears.
Still shows that he is definitely someone worthy of putting over. So that's basically what Spears put over talent. As far as the Heritage Cup match goes, like it was Dawn's first win.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, you're back. Yeah. So, your thoughts, Bobby, on Tony D'Angelo retaining your Heritage Cup against Damon Kemp?
Well, I think Tony D'Angelo, should be pushed bigger. If you know what I mean. And
definitely someone that would do well on the mid card.
You up? Sorry.
I think the family is someone that is given a chance.
I don't.
We didn't hear a word of that.
I just wish that he'd get the biggest sort of oomph. Do you know what I mean? Because he has got the potential to be, that next sort of big name in NXT. Do you know what I mean? So, but it sounded like an all right.
Okay.
It sounded like an all right segment. Do you know what I mean? So,
and what I'm going to do, Bobby, from tonight, I'll give you the what's the word I'm looking for here? Access to the setting, so you don't have to wait till I bring you in and also you can see all the videos and all that. So I'll do that after tonight. So then, you have access to the settings.
Oh, thank you.
Just saves me also. Saves me. You can bring yourself in and all of that. So, so Natalya might have lost on Raw, but she won on NXT against Izzy Dame. Cool. I can't read my own writing. Jesus Christ. Gallus attacked Tariq Igiwe and Tyson DuPont. Obafemi came out. Wesley came out. Gallus laid those out. Cool. Ian, your quick thoughts on that and Natalya getting a win?
Natalya winning, like, we're seeing that there's that the Owen Hart slogan has kind of lit a fire under her. Let's see where it goes to from there on NXT, because more likely she'll be heel on Raw. The beatdown, like, no matter what happens, I think Ova is probably going to retain on Sunday. I don't see Gallus or Wesley winning straight away.
So I'll just get your thoughts, Bobby, on the match. Natalya defeat.
Well, like Natalya, I think that Natalya at the moment, she's just there in general, and I think it's good considering that she's a veteran going in against the NXT guys. Do you know what I mean? But you know, like, I think her picking up the victory in a developmental part of WWE isn't really going to give her that oomph into being known as a veteran in WWE, which she is fundamentally. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, like, I just hope that soon that they can start pushing her as somebody who is like a current veteran in WWE with multiple Guinness World Records as well. Do you know what I mean? So
Is NXT developmental when you're sending your main roster talent there, and Cena and Undertaker was on there? I don't call that development.
yeah,
The third brand. Call it what you like, I suppose.
No, it's a third brand. Like, yeah, they are sending main roster stars over, but they're sending over the ones they're not getting a chance roster and don't want to get cut. Like, example, Tegan Knox, the NXT.
John Cena, Undertaker. What? I don't think they're worried about getting cut. Are you? Do you?
But they weren't wrestling, though, were they?
You're not.
Like,
He's
they're
only
cutting promos.
Okay, true. They know.
I mean, they're only helping people like Trick Williams and Braun Breaker.
So to finish NXT here in a very chaotic, manic 6-woman tag team action, heels versus heels, face versus heel. Who knows what was going on, but it was fun. Unlike AEW, this was fun. So Sol Ruka, Meat Jin, and God, I can't remember again. Judea Parker beat Fallon Henley. Oh God, who's the rest? Lash Legend and somebody else. Kalani Jordynne. Then of course it was a contract signing. Triple got the match first. Battleground, Gold Minus, great NXT. Ian, your thoughts and rating?
This match was being fun. Like, they were really just building it up that it's going to be everyone for himself come the ladder. Right call. Sol Ruka getting the pin, kind of a sign that she's the favorite, but I think it's between her and Lash Legend or me for that.
Right, don't jump. Right, okay, don't.
What?
Oh, what? The contract signing. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Age showed that he's given it for employers by saying and just got paid, but no, I wanted to work the grind. And just really build for Trick's first title defense.
Okay. Bobby, your thoughts purely on, obviously you didn't see the contract signing, so it's purely on the women's tag team match?
Yeah, so the women's tag match sounded like a bit of a clusterfuck, in all fairness. It obviously didn't sound terrible. Do you know what I mean? But I think the contract signing, that could be the 4 out of 2 a decent match with Ethan and Thingy, what's his face, Trig. But so yeah.
It was a clusterfuck, but it was fun, unlike a view that's waiting for, and it just purely based on.
Are you asking me or are you asking Bobby? I'm still here. Sorry, you asking me.
Rating for NXT based off results, Bobby.
I'm going to say.
Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. This NXT, I'd probably say bronze plus, or I'd tell you what, silver minus. I'd probably say, yeah.
Okay. Ian, your rating.
Okay. I'm going to say bronze. Silver. Definitely silver. I thought the women's match was fun. Silver. Definitely silver.
What? Bronze. Okay.
Silver.
I thought it was again a good NXT. So second ad here. Get into some predictions, some news, and then we've done this.
To never miss a second, never miss an upload, never miss anything I do, and never miss when I go live doing Watch Voices and my brand new podcast live Wednesday nights at 8 p.m. The Reigning Rock Podcast. Add me on Facebook, Ricky J. Pate. Whilst there, search on Facebook WWA World Wrestling Alliance. Follow me on X at Ricky Goldmans. Head over to Pro Wrestling Tees and search Goldmans1 and head over to my YouTube channel. Search, like, and subscribe to the People's Wrestling Channel. That once again, the People's Wrestling Channel.
So it's right. And they follow me, do all of that in video form, in picture form. So I'm guessing you like that, Bobby. If you want, I can make you a. You send me all the stuff, and I'll make it for you.
Good, man.
And if you want to do a voiceover, then you have to send me that as well.
Yeah.
So I'll play this because it is prediction time. To find out my predictions, you guys, and you guys watching, have to watch my watch along on Sunday for Battleground. But I'll get predictions from both of you guys in a second after I've played this. So, where are we? NXT pay-per-view preview. So, a minute of thoughts. Pay-per-view. You've got Sexy Red hosting it. Cool. You've also got the main roster talents that aren't doing much on the main roster in NXT. Cool. I'll leave it as cool. That's all. 6 matches. So let's go to this one. So, Fallon Henley versus Meechin versus Sol Rico versus Kalani Jordynne versus Judea Parker versus Lash Legend ladder match for the Women's North American Championship. Ian, who is taking the gold?
I was going to say Lash Legends for story because the whole thing with Trick Williams. She might be my pick there, but I'm also kind of siding with Sol Ruka on this one because she got the pin on Tuesday.
One. Lash Legend or Sol Ruka?
I don't really watch much NXT.
So, Bobby, who've you got?
I will say
those names in
Lash Legend.
Okay. So the Good Brothers take on Nathan Fraser and Axiom for the NXT titles. Are we going to get new champions here, Bobby, or do the champions retain?
I would probably say the champs retain, so Fraser and Axiom. As I think that, well, saying that, you know, the Good Brothers, like, I don't really see anything going on to them, like anything for them, like on the main roster. So maybe, and then they'll lose them back to Nathan Fraser and Axiom, and then head back to the main roster, if you know what I mean.
So, who are you going for? I'm confused.
I would say the Good Brothers.
Okay, going for.
I'm saying Nathan Fraser and Axiom. I think this is their first title defense on a pay-per-view. They survived one big challenge. They've survived two big challenges. They've survived Braun Breaker and Baron Corbin. They've survived Authors of Pain. I can see them survive this. Possible threat to them now is obviously Gallus.
Okay, so the NXT Women's Wall of Ice 1-on-1. This should be a good one. Ian, who have you?
I'm going Lola Vice.
I would say the same.
And Bobby?
I would say the same, Lola Vice, because, yeah.
And I'm actually going to... I'll actually reveal mine here. I'll say the same, but when Shayna's last big win on the main roster was against Ronda, so Lola's going to beat her, then Shayna's going to go into the pay-per-view. Okay. For the men's triple threat action, Joe Coffey, Wesley over Femi. Bobby, who's walking out with the men's North American title?
I would probably say Wesley, as I'm a big Wesley fan. You know, like I was when he was with TNA. So I would probably say Wes.
I want to say Wes, but no, I think I'm going to play it safe and go over.
For the women's NXT Championship on the women's side of things, WWE versus TNA, Roxanne Perez versus Jordynne Grace. Wow. Oof. Ian, have you got a new champion here, or does Roxanne walk out still your NXT Women's Champion?
They will make Roxanne retains, but Jordynne Grace will come looking strong.
Okay, Bobby, who have you got?
I would say Roxanne Perez. Like I agree with Ian. However, I do not think that this will be the last that we see of Jordynne Grace or anyone from TNA in NXT or WWE as a whole.
No, you won't. Because there is talk about Jordynne defending her title in June.
Yeah, exactly.
And your main event for the men's NXT Championship, All Ego, Ethan Page goes one-on-one, Trick Williams straight into the title picture. Ethan.
I'm saying Trick retain personally. Like, as much as I love Ethan, like, I would say Trick would retain.
Trick. This match sets the beating to be a top star in NXT, but this is Trick's first title defense. He's retaining.
Finals segment, and oh God. It went to small screen
News and headlines.
Found the banner. Very slow. There we are. So new out strong, finish strong. So 2 nights of SummerSlam in 2026. I personally would keep it just at WrestleMania, because I think I get it. It's a business, purely business. Money. Get it. But like, what, every pay-per-view every pay-per-view won't be 2 days, but is that where we're going? Like, so I get it, but I would just keep it at WrestleMania for 2 days. Ian, your thoughts on this?
I think we are going to that, because I'd say at some point we're going to have the Royal Rumble where either the women's match or championship match main events one night, and the men's main events the second night, or a title match main events the second night. With Survivor Series, I'd say they could do the same with War Games, with the women's one night and the men's the other night. Or the titles.
That does make sense. If they were to do it for the big four. Do you know what I mean? So Mania, Rumble, SummerSlam, and Survivor Series. Do you know what I mean?
The bigger they are, look, this is the thing. WWE is just getting bigger. So the bigger they are, the more talent comes in, the more they're going to expand.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, like, everything will end up being like a learning curve, and it's all purely based on a promotional side of things to bring in like the extra dollar. Do you know what I mean? You know, like an extra dollar and like the extra ticket sale is an extra dollar and an extra ticket sale to any businessman. Do you know what I mean? Like, if it puts more bums in seats, sells more pay-per-views, do you know what I mean? And like sells more pay-per-view buys,
money in their
then
pocket.
WWE got to do it. Do you know what I mean? So,
I mean, like, it wouldn't surprise me if someday we'll get 2 nights of Saudi pay-per-view.
Let's not go that far. No. They barely feel 3 hours, 4 hours, never mind 2 days.
But, like, here's the thing, like, you could lose 3 hours with the Netflix deal if when Raw moves.
This is both No. So, this is both WWE, AEW News, Mike, Jack Swagger, Jake Hager, Colin Like, and Arn Anderson left AEW very well, could be on their way back to WWE. Again, Ian, they're not coming back because Cody there for money.
Well, first off, Mark Henry hasn't come straight back to WWE.
Nothing to do with Cody. Fuck all to do with Cody. Arn Anderson's not coming back. Arn Anderson's not coming back because Cody's there. Arn Anderson's coming back for money. If Triple H or The Rock or R.A. or whoever said, we're not going to pay you, guess what? They wouldn't be there. So they're coming back for money. Cody being there is just, that sweetens the deal.
But here's an interesting thing, though.
Bobby, your thoughts on...
It is what it is. People leave promotions.
Thoughts on
left, right, and centre. You know, Jake Hager has never in the 5 years he's been with AEW, never been pushed as a big star, so I'm not surprised. If Arn Anderson and or Mark Henry were to go back to the WWE, they'd only go back as producers, agents. They won't go back as on-screen talent. Do you know what I mean? Jake Hager, they'd probably have a couple of matches on the Indies before going back to WWE. Do you know what I mean? And what have you. But Mark Henry and Arn Anderson, if they were to go back to WWE at any point between now and when they decide to call it quits within the wrestling business, whatever that may be, they will only go back to be backstage, behind the scenes personnel. They won't have anything to do with on-screen bits and pieces. Do you know what I mean? So,
with Mark Henry, he hasn't come back to WWE yet.
Rumours are Cody wants a manager, and that manager could be Arn. So you could see on TV. Let's wait and see.
It makes sense as well because of their history. It makes sense because
Arn,
of their history.
Mark.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
The next piece of news here is I've only heard of this company on Facebook. That is it. As for the company, it does nothing for Will Ospreay. He's going to wrestle the soft wrestling. And you want to tell me that how many times has Roman Reigns gone to Uganda for soft ground wrestling? No. How many times has The Rock? How many times has John Cena? How many times has any of the stars?
He's not the only one going there, though.
Zero. Because guess what? These guys are, well, they're not stars.
He's not the only one that's going there. Jordynne Grace is going there.
Yeah.
Jordynne Grace is going there.
Levels is Reigns. I'll wait. No, wait. I'll wait if you tell me how many times Roman Reigns has been there. Off you go.
I said Jordynne Grace is going there as well.
Never. Because he's way below. He's a way. Roman Reigns, your tribal chief. How many times has he been to Uganda? Whatever wrestling. Zero. Because he's way above it.
How many times has he been to Uganda? Fucking full stop.
Your thoughts on this, Bobby? It does wonders for the company. If it's a company, I don't know, but that's about it.
I've only seen this Uganda Underground pro shit on fucking reels on Facebook, but other than that, I don't really know of them. Do you know what I mean? So I can't really put any sort of intel on them. Do you know what I mean? So
I don't know much about them either, but like someone like Will Ospreay coming there helps a little bit, but you need someone else to kind of put more attention. You need something more.
It does more higher. Wonders for the company or a company. I don't know. It does wonders for them. Cool for them. Great, wonderful, great. You've got Will Ospreay. You've got Jordynne Grace. I think Zack Ryder went to do a show. Cool, wonderful. They can get these people. Great. But what does it do for the talent? What does it do for Will Ospreay? Zilch. Less than zilch. Very quick thoughts on Collision ratings. 1,000. Yeah.
Diabolical.
Really make it really quickie on your quick thoughts on that. Okay, and Ian, your very quick thoughts. The Collision ratings of 122,000, absolutely horrendous. Your quick thoughts.
What is going on back? You see the matches some of them had, like say Will Ospreay, Kyle O'Reilly, and you want that match to do well and draw in people to watch. Like that, it makes you wonder. Wrestling shows work on a Saturday night? Probably not, because there's a lot of big matches on a Saturday night, big pay-per-view matches on a.
Nothing to do with that. It's these random matches thrown together. It's these random ass matches. Roderick Strong versus, for instance, is it tonight? Roderick Strong versus Strickland. Thrown together. Zero bill. A versus any roster. why, as a viewer, would you think that they're gonna lose the AEW member roster, AEW wrestler? Why would you think they're gonna lose the suspension of? That's the problem. And I said we'll start strong and finish strong. I alluded to this a lot earlier, and that is the final boss is the most followed person in the world on TikTok. But yet Cody is somehow one day going to be on his level. No. So, Bobby, your thoughts on that? The Rock being the most followed person on TikTok in the world.
Someone has to be.
Rock is going to be.
It has to be The Rock.
Well,
what, Ian?
Well, not always has to be The Rock or a wrestler. If you wanted someone else, ask Taylor Swift.
The Rock's so much than Taylor Swift. Much bigger. Taylor
Swift, if you want someone
The Rock.
If you want to really, you think of Donald Trump.
Donald Trump, The Rock. How many movies has Donald Trump made?
34
cameo in Home Alone. That doesn't count. He was in Home Alone. That doesn't count. He was in Home Alone. That doesn't count.
But he's also in a few dirty movies.
What TV show? What TV show about his life? They don't count. I mean, Hollywood movies. What TV show about his life has it been? None.
He's had Dragon's Den.
And Donald Trump is known for being a dickhead.
No, The Apprentice.
No. The Rock. No, he didn't. He had The Apprentice. The Rock had young Rock about his life. Donald Trump's never had a show about his life because nobody wants to know about it.
But like people just want to watch him to say something.
The Rock's the most famous.
Because when he speaks, people listen to him.
People want to watch Donald Trump because he's a fucking idiot. He's a total idiot. Like,
yeah,
he is that. But when he speaks, people listen.
When they listen to Donald Trump, they're idiots too. So finishing up here, we'll find Bobby's stuff. So this next Friday, 14th of June. Get yourself there. If you're in the Cleethorpes area, get yourself a ticket. I've checked and they're about £10, so very cheap.
I will be ringing out.
Do look out for on Facebook.
Oh, give us a preview of what you sound like.
Let me find
the Nordic Pro podcast. Thank you very much.
When he announces me next week for being the new.
Oh, Bobby, quick question: who's the man in the pig mask?
Next week, you'll hear what.
What was that in?
I have no idea. Anyway,
who's the man in the pig mask on the picture?
Who's the
guy in the pig?
Who's the guy in the pig mask? I look like a big fan of Winnie the Pooh.
The guy in the pig mask.
That is Bo Carter from the Denton tag team. The actual bloke is a fella called Ben Hampton, and he co-promotes a promotion called Breakout Pro Wrestling in Billingham's, which is like Stockton-on-Tees, Middlesbrough sort of area. So,
yes.
What's the inspiration behind the pig mask? Is he a big fan of Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah, I watched you're in for about. I don't know. Ian, go and find this person and interview him yourself. Right? We're finishing.
I have actually interviewed Ben a couple of weeks ago. So
that
was
on Facebook
2 weeks ago.
On YouTube, Nordic Pro Podcast, and on Facebook, the Nordic Pro Podcast. On Facebook, the Nordic Pro Podcast. That's you're looking for.
Thank you very much.
Again, I've gone small screen here. I've gone small screen again.
I'm just following you now.
So 4.5 hours. Are you interviewing some band on Saturday? I think. I don't know. Bobby.
I won't be. One of my co-hosts, Richie, who was coming in earlier, Richie Stoner, will be interviewing Nova Status, I think they're called. They're a band based in Peterborough, sort of area. My next podcast / interview will be next Tuesday on the Nerd Pro Podcast Facebook page. That will be with current NWA superstar and current member and quarter finalist in the 2024 Crockett Cup in the Looks That Kill tag team of Brian Idol. So this I interviewed the current AIWF World Champion, 3-time NWA National Heavyweight Champion, the Golden Boy Greg Anthony last night. The AIWF are an international governing body of wrestling promotions. The Nordic Pro Podcast has just joined the AIWF to join the AIWF alliance. They've got 147 promotions in 47 different countries across the world. They're basically like the modern day version of the NWA. They've been around since 1992 and whatever. We've just joined the AIWF, and the interview that I did last night with the AIWF World Champion, the Golden Boy Greg Anthony, is in the process of going on to the AIWF media side of things. Then next week with Brian Idol, that will be going on to the AIWF side of things. The following week, I've got Executive Director of the AIWF, Mr. Matt Classic Creed, coming on. That's also going to be a part of the AIWF under the AIWF banner. So, yes. So, yeah. All good at the hood. So, yeah.
I already subscribed to the channel now for you, Bobby.
Thank you very much.
Things
I've just had the notification through to say that somebody subscribed. So, yeah.
Ian, right. So, two things. So 2 things. One. So, I recommend that the little white, you put your next week, put your podcast in, so promote.
Yeah.
Also, this band I've never heard of. I'm into rap music. I like 50 Cent.
Yeah.
But if it's not wrestling, then
yeah.
I'm more into wrestling themes. Of course, my Tribal Chiefs theme. Theme.
Like, as bad as it sounds, I've got no idea who these guys are. It's Richie, a co-host of mine, who's organised it. All that I know is that they're a band based out of Peterborough. That's about it. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I want to be taking a step back from that one and letting Richie run the reins with that. And, yeah, so... But, yeah.
Okay, then, so I'll finish up here. So thank you, Ian. I'll put you backstage for now. Thank you. Yes. So thank you, Bobby, for joining me. Like I said, next week in the white bit. Don't know if I'm pointing to it there somewhere. There, that bit. If you put your podcast in there, so then people come, then they know what they're looking for.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining me. I'll put you backstage for now. Finish up here. So thank you. And it's been a late one, at least 5 hours. Guys, join me on Sunday, Battleground reaction, predictions, watch along, reactions. Then join us again next week here. Like, subscribe if you haven't already. Like I said, 1 away from 360. And for now, it is the excellence himself, Ricky Goldman, out.